The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Good evening. Just a minute.
This meeting is being recorded.
Good evening. Just a minute.
This meeting is being recorded.
Good evening. Just a minute.
This meeting is being recorded.
Good evening. Just a minute.
This meeting is being recorded.
I can see your lips moving, Marcia, but I cannot hear anything.
This meeting is being recorded.
I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. But I can see your lips moving, Marcia, but I cannot hear anything.
This meeting is being recorded. This meeting is being
I can see your
recorded.
lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. But I cannot see your lips
This
moving,
meeting is
Marcia.
being
But I
recorded.
cannot.
This meeting is being
I can see your
recorded.
lips moving, Marcia.
This
I can
meeting
hear
is
you now.
being
I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips
This
moving,
meeting is
Marcia.
being
But I
recorded.
cannot hear moving,
This
Marcia.
meeting is being
I can see your
recorded.
lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips
This
moving,
meeting is
Marcia.
being recorded. This meeting is being
I can see your
recorded.
lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips
This
moving,
meeting is
Marcia.
being recorded.
Moving,
This
Marcia.
meeting is being
I can see your
recorded.
lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips
This
moving,
meeting is
Marcia.
being recorded. This meeting is being
I can see your
recorded.
lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips
This
moving,
meeting is
Marcia.
being recorded.
Moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips
This
moving,
meeting is
Marcia.
being recorded.
Moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips
This
moving,
meeting is
Marcia.
being recorded.
Moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. Moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. Moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. Moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. Moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. Moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia. I can hear you now. I can see your lips moving, Marcia.
Did that make sense? Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, now it's just this one. Every time someone talks. You can go, you can go that way if you want. Okay. So is anyone's laptop unmuted? I think that's here. Muted. Okay. Brandon is muted. Marcia's muted. Not on Zoom. Is anyone on Zoom in the audience?
Not for you on mute.
I'm muted.
Muted? Oh, hello. I think that fixed it. Did you just go?
Oh, 10 minutes ago.
Oh, hello? Hello. Can people in Zoom land hear me?
Stuart?
Stuart?
I can hear you, but there's
We can hear
terrible echoing.
Is there still terrible echoing right now when I'm talking?
That's
No,
fine.
you sound fine to me.
That should-
Perfect, it's fixed.
All right. We're the culprit.
Thank you, Cedar.
All right. Yeah. Thanks. Back to you.
All right, we're gonna restart completely. It is 6:49. Welcome again. This is a regular meeting of the Norwich Select Board, Wednesday, April 26, 2023. I'm Marcia Calloway, currently serving as chair. I'm joined in alphabetical order by Roger Arnold, Mary Layton, vice chair, Pam Smith, and Priscilla Vincent. This meeting is being held in the Tracy Hall Meeting Room and via Zoom with CATV Jam broadcasting live on YouTube. The agenda and packet materials were distributed via the Norwich listserv and also are available on the town website under the Select Board tab. I had said before, the owls that used to stand here for the CATV are no longer here. We now have some cool little discs, and this technology, if it's useful and is going to remain here permanently in this room, may be something that we have to contribute to financially, but the Select Board will talk about that in another meeting. Beyond that, our agenda tonight is very full as usual. Board members and the public attendees are asked to focus all remarks so that we can understand the concerns expressed in the most time-efficient manner. If someone has already expressed a concern or opinion, please feel free to be recognized by the chair for the limited purpose of concurring with that person. Board members must remember to speak clearly and loudly so that all participants, both in person and remote, can hear what we're saying. Everyone must refrain from sidebar conversations, which can impair everyone's concentration and disrupt the audience's ability to hear. For members of the public who are attending in person, please come to the table in front of us so that remote participants can both see and hear you. For remote public questions or comments through Zoom, please raise your hand to be recognized by the chair before speaking. For remote public questions or comments through the telephone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute after being recognized by the chair. Our interim town manager, Brennan Duffy, is managing admission to the meeting through Zoom, and I'll monitor the Zoom view to acknowledge participants who wish to speak. Please know that we will reach everyone who wants to comment and that the order will generally be select board members, then members of the public attending in person, and then people participating remotely through Zoom. The next item on our agenda tonight is the agenda review. I was approached before the meeting by our treasurer who wanted to alert the board to something. And so if it's all right with the board, I would insert a 6.5 after informational items.
What is the agenda item?
After the finance report? Yeah, it's something about interest rates. That would come between finance and before interim town manager. Right. Okay. I think it's just an informational item and it's should slip in there. Okay. If anyone has anything else to adjust, let me know now. Otherwise, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? So moved. Mary has moved. Is there a second? Second by Pam. All in favor?
Can I,
Oh, sorry.
can I was
Discussion? Yes.
Can I make some comments? Yes. A draft agenda was submitted to select board members some days ago, and it included an item to discuss police things. We were also sent, just the select board, an extensive request from the police department, basically requests for equipment, for new body radios, for new car radios, for body armor, for rifles. I thought it was extremely well done, well researched. They consulted with Joyce Hasbrook, our interim finance director, to be sure about the funding. Brendan asked us if we would, because we cannot reply all because of open meeting law, if we had any comments or anything to get back to him. And so I don't know what anybody's problems were, but the whole thing has been removed from the agenda, and it is not even down here as a future possible agenda. And I would really like to know why.
So it will be on the agenda for the next meeting, for the 10th. We found a couple errors there that we wanted to correct before it was made public.
That's it.
That's the reason.
So we're putting it on the 10th. Okay. Thank you for asking the question. Next, do we have a vote?
We have to vote.
All in favor, pardon?
We didn't vote.
All right. So all in favor of the agenda as amended? Call the question. Priscilla?
Abstain.
Abstain. Pam?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia, yes. All right. Thank you very much. The next item is the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the April 12th, 2023 meeting?
I move to approve the minutes of 4/12/23 with the proposed amendments as included in the meeting packet.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I don't remember any amendments in the packet.
Yes, there were.
There were?
Yes. Cheryl submitted some and Priscilla submitted one. And I guess that's it. Priscilla and Cheryl.
Oh, they're in my packet. That's okay. Better look at them. Everybody else saw them?
Yes. Cheryl's corrections request was in number 2, that it should say Norwich School Board, not Norwich Committee. She asked that the reappraisal firm, it would not be referred to as a consulting firm, but as a reappraisal firm, that the informational meeting will be held in 2023 at 7 p.m. in the multipurpose room. And she also suggests that the select board minutes should be signed by the chair. Priscilla asked that her comment be changed from additions to select board agendas to additions to select board packets.
All right, so we have a motion and we have a second by Roger. What's the history of signing the minutes by the chair?
Always.
I don't remember that. Roger.
So you're just you're supposed to the final minutes get signed by the chair, and then I believe they go into the vault.
That was the final step.
And so usually they're gathered in a big folder, and I had signed them 30 at a time.
Well,
The approved minutes, and so I think it's a record keeping function. I don't think it's.
okay. I haven't signed any.
There's probably a pile for you.
Okay.
Sounds like a housekeeping thing. I seem to remember doing that.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right. Are we ready to vote? All in favor?
Are we accepting the corrections?
Yes.
That was part of
That was part of the
Okay.
motion.
Right. So are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right. Next, we have correspondence. And as usual, we will start with a motion and then discuss whether anything needs to be pulled or otherwise addressed. In conjunction with how we have decided to treat correspondence, I'm just going to go through and highlight what we have received. I'll make comments if I have any, and any other person can too, obviously. A letter from the Vermont State Department of Taxes to the Select Board Chair regarding the KRT personnel and interior access properties. personnel and interior access to properties. You'll have to forgive me. I'm just coming from a very bad cold, not COVID, cold. And then we have a subsequent message from the Vermont State Department of Taxes to Lister Cheryl Lindbergh, confirming the KRT personnel are on the approved state list and requesting an addendum to the Norwich KRT contract reflecting interior access to properties. Cheryl can speak to this, I believe, but she had drafted an addendum, which I saw, and I had requested that she work with counsel. So I'd like to know if you can tell us where that stands. Yes, you should come up there.
Okay. Cheryl Lindbergh, Lister. Yes, the draft was created by KRT. It's an addendum to clarify what was in the RFP that was sent out and what was in the response to the RFP, which got omitted from the contract. And so the contract doesn't include those wordings about interior inspections. Therefore, the state would like that addendum. KRT was happy to start an addendum and bring it forward. That was then sent to town council. They've made a small tweak to it, and KRT has it now. They're reviewing it. I don't think there's going to be an issue, and we'll have something hopefully for the next meeting if you would like to see it. It could be in the next packet for a quick. So I think we're close to that being wrapped up.
Great. Thank you very much. Any board comments? Okay. Sorry. Yes.
Can I ask just one question? This relates to when the public presentation is on this, and it says in the minutes it was going to be May 2nd, and I thought it said May 3rd. I just want clarification what that date is.
That is correct. The voting for the school board is now taking priority on the 2nd. So I just posted again today, there'll be the public forum on May 3rd at 7 p.m. here in this room. So next Wednesday night. So thank you for that.
Thank you. There's also in correspondence a jurisdictional opinion from the Vermont Natural Resources Board. It's my understanding that this is just advisory to the town, that there was an existing Act 250 permit for some telecommunications equipment, which is going to be modified, but which does not amount to a material change requiring any action, which doesn't mean that we can't take any action. That's the purpose. Mary?
A question about that. Is that the pole near the, it's near the Montchar roadway?
I don't know.
This says it's Upper Loveland Road.
It's Upper Loveland? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So
The certificate of service thing has incorrect information on it. Is that just because the town website is in such dire need of being updated, or does that matter?
I'm not sure that John Pepper is still on there as on the website.
I don't know. I mean, all I know is the certificate of service says John Pepper, Select Board Chair, and
Right.
Jeff Goodrich, I believe, is still on the Planning Commission, but I don't think he's the chair at the moment. Yeah.
No. Yes, Mary?
I think that tends to happen with applications that people just pull something up from a file.
I just don't know whether it matters legally.
Well, I don't know either. That's a good question. But I'll just say that it happens. It happens more often than we thought.
Continuing with correspondence, we also have emails from Susan Pittiger, Nick Krems, and Don McCabe regarding the Kids Bridge. It's my understanding that the town manager report is going to address how we propose to move forward with that. There's also an email from Dino Sofronis regarding the town's advisory vote vis-a-vis a fifth officer position in our police department. At the last meeting of the board, we, in the context of agenda setting, the consensus of opinion of the board was that the advisory vote would have to be considered in the context of the next budget cycle, which starts in September. Does anybody want to add anything to that? Or does that sum it up?
I'd just like to register my unhappiness with that consensus.
Thank you, Priscilla. All right, and that concludes the correspondence. Is there a motion to accept or approve the correspondence?
I move, accept the correspondence. Approve, it says. Ooh, I just accept.
Accept.
So is your motion accept?
To accept. I move to accept the correspondence.
I will second it.
Okay.
I did.
Priscilla.
And I second.
Mary, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. The next item is the warrant. Maybe start with a motion and then discuss anything if there's anything people want to look at in particular. Or a motion to approve the warrant.
I move to approve AP warrant number 990 in the amount of $68,343.76.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Roger. Any discussion?
May I ask a question? Looks like TH, which I assume is Tracy Hall, new computer, $1,378. I'm just curious, who's getting a new computer?
The new computer was ordered for our new interim finance director before he started.
Okay, thank you. Does that mean because she or he and Joyce are working together and they each need a computer? Because when Joyce is no longer with us, she returns the computer she has.
Yes. It's not a little bit later, but yes.
To be continued. I have a question. Under the classification of business card, there are some strange purchases like a DPW appliance cover and anchor, doggy bags, and a Zoom subscription. And I'm just wondering, in terms of audit classification structure, that seems a little confusing.
So business card means the credit card for the town.
Oh, that's right.
Remember?
That's right. I can't get that through my head. It does seem, though, a strange way to do it, doesn't it?
I guess, yes.
Just keep it all in one place. So
It's one, yeah, well, there's only one purchasing card for the town and it's shared by people needing to purchase via credit
It's a
card.
little bit like filing letters under L for letter. All right. Other than that problem, are there any questions otherwise about the warrant? No? Shall we call the question? All in favor of approving AP warrant? Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right.
Will that be passed around for our signatures?
Will.
Right now?
Duly and done. There. Let me start. All right, we're now on the informational section. Before I get there, though, there hasn't been any necessarily opportunity. Does anybody in the audience have some public comment that they want to make that's not related to anything on the agenda? Sir, Miss Sir back there too. Your hand was first. Peter Order, yes, please come up.
Yeah, I was looking on the agenda for the opportunity to do this, so thank you. I didn't see it. I wanted to raise an issue to your attention respectfully, to ask that at a certain point in the near future, the board puts on the agenda pedestrian safety issues as well as walkability. And it's specifically discussing ballot measure 10, which is 3 of you at least know that was passed 2 years ago by the town, majority votes of the town. And it was a measure brought up by the board, which, as you all know, legally, it wasn't a advisory measure, it was a binding measure. And to my knowledge, at this point, not a single thing has been done to address the $50,000 allocation to study walkability, trails, pedestrian issues. Specifically, as part of the discussion, we had to pass that measure before to finish the Beaver Meadow study, which the town invested thousands and thousands of dollars in. So I understand that there was a lot of turmoil and a lot going on over the last 2 years. So I think it's time to turn the page on all that. But I think when we brought this issue up, we had a broad coalition of the town, people, not just neighbors, but people across the town supporting a discussion, a serious discussion about pedestrian walkability issues in town, which is why the town voted 50 grand. So I'd like the board to address this. It was sort of pushed to a subcommittee on the planning committee, which was actually never formed. So I think it should start at the top, and wherever it goes, that's fine. And I appreciate your time, and I hope to work with you on this as well as the group that I work with. Thank you.
I don't know about the planning commission subcommittee. So what do you know about that?
Perhaps Roger could address that, but I was told numerous times that this was happening. It was starting. This is under the time of the previous town manager. It never occurred to my knowledge, but that was where it was supposed to generate from. But the question always in my mind is where's the money coming from? What is the money for? It was a bit vague, but the one specific thing, and Roger, I'm sure you remember this, is when you and Rod brought this up. I believe it was written by Rod, the ballot measure 10, which was passed by the town. So to not know is fine, but this is I believe it's the board's responsibility to put forth a ballot measure that was passed by the town. It's a binding thing. So
it's a subcommittee I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, the subcommittee wasn't, it was just a place that it was sort of put as a placeholder by the previous town manager, but nothing was acted upon. So my question here is can we start to discuss this? Because number one, it's a binding measure. And number two, it's something that many, many people in town, probably many people in this room care about, is making our streets safer. I don't need to tell you all that the streets are less safe than they have. Cars and trucks are behaving with more impunity because for so long there wasn't any consequences. I appreciate the police work now that the cars are at times slowing down, but I've never ever thought that this was a police issue. I think it's a government issue that we can address as a town, and ballot measure 10 was a step in that direction. And it just has been dormant, and it's taking me here to bring it up. It seems to have been either forgotten or pushed aside to a point of oblivion at this point. But it's a legal issue at this point. So, any other?
Not forgotten, just in a
Appreciate it.
Milieu of things.
Yeah, no, I
done.
understand. That's why
We'll put it on an agenda.
I come with collegiality.
I'm glad you came. It'll get on an agenda.
Great, thank you.
Jackie, did you have something to add about this committee?
Thanks. Jackie Allen, Union Village Road. And I just want to say that about 2 years ago in July, the Planning Commission did send to the Select Board a scope of work for a subcommittee that could take on sidewalks, trails, bike paths. And we had a proposal of how to get, what that would look like, what would be the elements of the work plan, what kinds of representation, across all of our committees would be helpful on such an effort. We saw it as a, Conservation Commission, Trails Committee, Energy Committee. We saw lots of groups, that could come together and work this through. So we outlined a process, but it never did get to the agenda of the Select Board meeting. So we can certainly dig it out again. People are ready to look at this. We'd like to do that.
Okay. Yeah, would you send us the proposal again?
Yep.
Or did you have something? All you need to say is your name and that you live in town.
Irv Tomei, New Boston Road. I think the board ought to be aware that the Zoom meeting ID published in the agenda, according to Zoom, is an invalid number. I spent 20 minutes trying to log in to attend this meeting remotely before deciding to come down here. But this means that there may be other people who expect to attend remotely who can't. Thank you.
We know, and
to read the rules out for participating by Zoom. If you were aware that that wasn't going to work, I'm surprised that you would simply read those rules out loud, since nobody could follow them.
Well, we were reading because we sent out the corrected Zoom link and people were signing in, and we waited for them to sign in. So
I wouldn't know about it to get it.
I know. We put it on the listserv, and obviously you have to be signed into the listserv and get your what do you call it? Instantaneous ones. But errors happen and it happened. So we apologize and we're doing the best we can to try and accommodate everybody.
Just to see what
I also wanted to note that it is going live on cable and on the Dutch Media YouTube, where there's, and the Dutch Media YouTube, there's or Jam YouTube, formerly CATV, there's a link in the description. If anyone missed that and is listening out there. But it's on the screen.
Thank you, Cedar. All right. No more public comment being, I see Stuart Richards has his hand up. You have a public comment?
I think of someone in the Zoom room also.
Yes, I do. Stuart Richards, Norwich, speaking from Puerto Rico. I wanted to go back to correspondence. I had my hand up to try and comment as I thought was appropriate from the agenda, that public comment was appropriate for things that were in correspondence. And what I wanted to say at that time, if it's appropriate, if I can now, was that I want to support what Demo wrote and also what Priscilla has said. I think that postponing the discussion about police is simply wrong. So thank you for allowing me to make my comment.
Thank you for making it. Linda Gray, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you very much. I simply wanted to follow up and encourage. I know that the thought of having another separate select board meeting makes you all very sad, but I wanted to remind you all of the discussion from I think April 12th, when the shared energy coordinator, Jeff Grout, was there. Among the different action items included the suggestion from you all about scheduling a separate meeting to focus solely on Tracy Hall issues. So I just wanted to remind you of that and hope that you can do that relatively soon. As I said, I know you've got very, very full agendas, but this is an important issue. So I hope that you can schedule something and devote it to discussion about Tracy Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we agree with you. All right. I don't think I see any more comments, so I will go to the finance report under informational items. This is titled Finance Report and New Audit Preparation Consistency, and I'll try to explain. First, we don't have a finance officer here to answer questions, and that's going to be the way for the immediate future. I would ask the board members to pose their questions to our interim town manager because of that. This should be a process going forward in any event so that we can help our town staff manage their workload in the most efficient manner possible. So we'll do these questions in the context of this meeting. For tonight's questions, Brennan may be able to get answers from our interim finance director within the next couple of days. And then going forward, we can discuss in our meetings whether the information is urgent or not, and Brennan can help us determine how and when the answer will be available. Second, as to the new audit preparation consistency, I was thinking about the deficiencies identified in the audit. These, the responses which were provided by the finance office are documented in the audit, and Joyce's April 21st email, which is in the packet, explains how much work has been involved and is involved going forward. To my mind, this means three things. One, we have an obligation to complete the work to remedy the deficiencies highlighted in the audit, obviously. Two, by completing that work, we're automatically preparing ourselves for the next audit, which will begin soon. And three, there are board decisions which have to be made about accounts and possibly about how we're going to find and fund the staff to do all the work that's required. So I would open it up first to questions about the finance report, if there are any, and then thoughts about how we proceed, which will also, I think, naturally move into the discussions that we're going to have. Okay, Pam.
I still have questions about health insurance in the town clerk's department. It's impossible to have two people on health insurance for 9 months and only spend $1,814.54. I'm on page, well, I don't use Joyce's report, so I don't know. I can't read her report. It's too small.
So you're thinking that we're overpaying health insurance for the town clerk's office?
No. There are entries in this expense account, and then there are also credits against this account. I don't understand why there are credits that reduce this expense down to $1,800. This should be somewhere in the, I don't know, $22,000 range right now. And it's $1,800. The other question I had was, why is $854 being recorded to the designated fund for record restoration? That's put in as an expense. It shouldn't be there. We also have the same thing in another department. I'm here in a second. Designated fund for cruisers should only be $35,000. It's $37,669.42. I asked these questions over a month ago. The answers I got were unsatisfactory. And so I'm still wondering why these errors are in the finance report.
Why really unsatisfactory?
Because I don't have the answer in front of me right now, but it didn't explain why. There are two kinds of funds here. When we appropriate money, we use these designated fund accounts. There's no money appropriated for Tracy Hall, and yet we have an expense of $1,250. That should not be in there. And if we're spending $1,250 out of a designated fund, that should be coming before this board for a decision and an approval. It's not happening. So there's something wrong in the way this is being done. Under debt service, we have Windsor County bond and Windsor County equalization. It wasn't budgeted for, and yet we spent almost $59,000. Why is that in there? What is that about?
I don't think that's the.
Yes, Roger.
I don't know if that's the expense so much as like that is what is owed, right?
But we didn't budget for it. Why not? The budget is zero.
Okay, so that was your question. Okay, I thought you were asking why it was $59,000. Sorry.
No, I'm wondering why we spent $59,000 that we didn't budget for.
My understanding is that all of the budget numbers are not necessarily.
No, this is an expense account, debt service, and the numbers are in here.
The budget ones are?
You were talking about revenue. I'm talking about expense.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things in this budget report that are just wrong.
I think before we say they're wrong, I think part of this seems to me to be definitional, and there's been an explanation and an identification of problems with classification of items. And I know that Joyce had that, and she mentions that in her email, but we had that conversation when we had a meeting about the task 2 work. So that classification, I think, is an ongoing issue.
It's the wrong account numbers are being charged when these expenses are being expensed.
That's what I think we mean by classification, is that things are not being put in the right pigeonholes. So my understanding is that Joyce was going to work through that. But again, we're going to have to talk about that.
There's someone in the waiting room.
Somebody in the waiting room? Oh, thank you. So I think these are good questions, but I think it all goes to that second point that I made about the audit preparation and consistency. And we've got to, and I think we're going to talk with Brennan about hiring and all of that and staffing. And we've got to, I'm kind of trying to set the stage, as you are, that there are issues that need to be resolved, and we need to figure out how we're going to do that. So I think these are good questions to sort of keep in mind, because as we go through that process, we can use these to unravel the twine. Priscilla.
This is maybe very petty, but for some reason, these expenditures and revenue reports and all that came out in legal size, and I can't print that. So what I printed up, I'm just missing the stuff at the bottom, and in addition to the fact that it's so small, I can hardly read it, but I don't know why they were on legal size. It's a nit, but it's annoying.
One of the things that we'll have to get ironed out.
That's why I don't use her reports.
Does anyone else have anything about the finance report? Roger?
I guess just as a general comment, like I sort of appreciate your note, Marcia, that there's nothing that's petty, but there's also nothing that's wrong. I think it's ask questions and then get answers, but I think we should try to reserve value judgments until we have all the information.
They're in the wrong accounts.
Well, we're going to try and fix all of this and get our definitions consistent. And
should there be something to fix?
Yeah, well, I think it's clear that some things have been put in two different places, and so that's just a definitional kind of thing. So we'll fix it. Not sure how we're going to fix it, but we're going to fix it. All right, if we've done enough on that, item 7, the interim town manager with Stuart. Stuart, is your hand just up, or are you needing a comment?
No, I'd like to make a comment on the budget and the finance.
Please do.
So I can't, Stuart Richards, Norwich. So I can't tell whether the COLA expenditure is in the budget, but whether it's in the budget or it's not in the budget, it's wrong, in my opinion, for the people who are entitled to receive the COLA payments to not get it. And I'd like to know why the COLA payments are not being made to those people who you voted for to get those payments.
I will answer this again, as I have already to Mr. Richards. Right now, we are waiting for the union to approve the payment of the COLA bonuses for the second and third installments.
I'd like to just comment on that.
Okay.
If you write a check and they cash the check, wouldn't that be an approval? I mean, there should not need to be a formal approval for an additional payment. I don't understand why you need a formal approval for an additional payment. All you need to do is pay the people who are supposed to get the money, let them cash the check, they're going to sign the check, and they're going to put it in the bank. End of story. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it would be an unfair labor practice to do so without authorization from the union.
What? I don't know if you could hear that, Stuart, but collective bargaining is its own world. And so what Roger's saying is that there are rules about how this is done. And,
Roger, Roger is misguided in the fact that this has nothing to do with collective bargaining. The select board voted to make a payment, and the payment should be made. Has nothing to do with collective bargaining. Thank you.
Stuart, my analogy here is like, if I make a will and leave you an elephant, you don't have to take it. It's the same with collective bargaining. Even though you might think it's a lovely thing or not a lovely thing, they have to agree to take it. And so we're waiting to see what they say. And if they say they'll take it, we'll give it to them. Okay.
Chance to ask a question.
You may ask a question, Cheryl, but come to the table.
Thank you. Just to also follow up on one of the items I see in the financials under the Highway Department, Public Works, there's this grant expense of $134,802.52 that I was wondering if we are expecting revenue against that. It's listed, like I said, as a V-Trans TAP grant expenditure. And I didn't know if there was offsetting grant revenue for that. Is that our 20%? Is it running through the general fund? Should it be in a grant fund or anything?
I couldn't answer that or not.
Okay. We'll have to find out. Okay. All right. So
Interim Town Manager report.
Okay, thank you.
You want to do me on the treasurer item?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, you're 6.5.
Right. Okay. Very quickly, as you all probably know, there are some, Cheryl Lindbergh, treasurer this time. There are some changes going on in the rate environment at banks. And I spent time today at two of our local banks talking with them about what's available. And as you saw in the packet, there's, over $4 million in reserve funds that I don't know how quickly they'll need to be spent, but a couple of the options available to invest our money are 3-month and 6-month CDs. And rates are, over 4%. Let's just say we're getting 1.5% in our current structure. So I've been wanting to see if I couldn't move some money. And I typically, to those of you that haven't been on the board before, and I don't know if I've done it since any of you have been on the board, I used to put out requests for rate quotes to area banks, 3 or 4 or 5 of them, and get them to respond by a certain day and then invest the funds and let the, come back to the select board with what we got and move money to a different bank if necessary, or just open it at whatever bank we were at. So I just to let you know, $1 million, if we put it in at 6 months at 4.25 will, yield $21,416. So it's not small potatoes compared to what we're getting. A 3-month one would get us $10,651 on $1 million. So it was something I wanted to bring up quickly because if we kind of need to move quickly, and so I could have something ready for the next packet if the board's interested in working with me on the possibility of needing to open up a new account to put these into. The CD would be a new account. And so I would need to know that you're interested in having me move forward with such an idea. And it's been a while since I've done it. So.
We'd have to identify $1 million that we didn't need right away.
Right, and 3 months, right. I didn't think the ARPA money might be getting spent in the next 3 months. Maybe I'm wrong. That's one, there's $1 million there. And there are some others that have substantial balances where you could see, and a couple of $1 million could be moved around. So,
but climate and affordable housing in a long-term interest account. Sorry.
Okay.
So anyway, I agree that it needs to be thought about as to specifically which money we're taking to invest so that it can be brought back to that reserve fund perhaps, or allocated to a couple reserve funds. But again, it's a different rate environment that we're seeing. So I wanted to get a census of the board.
I suppose you could look at certain accounts and that look like there's likely candidates and give us some numbers next time.
Right.
Meanwhile, we could look at what monies are not going to be used for a while that we think.
Right. If you look at this document, it probably would give you a sense of how quickly you're going to spend. A 3-month CD goes quickly. It wouldn't be like, I don't see us needing 2 million in the next. But there's a 3-month option, a 6-month option, and then after that, it deteriorates. The rates go down after the longer the term.
Ledyard's offering 5% for 6 months.
Pam, can you say that louder?
Ledyard Bank is offering 5% on a 6-month CD.
Right. The one piece to all of this that I'll mention is collateralization, which needs to be maintained on our accounts. So with that, that CD falls outside of the program, also known as the CEDARS program, which is a formal program where you can put like up to 50 million into it and have collateralized deposits. So I won't go into all of that.
We would need to stay with Mascoma is what you're saying.
No, there's the CEDARS program does exist at other banks in the area. So it would be something I could put out.
Roger?
So I think that sounds great. If we could have a memo and then just maybe a suggested motion from either Brennan or you, that would be helpful.
Okay, would you put something together for us?
Well, I will. I would actually want to go out and put something out to bid. Typically, when I did those, I said up to an amount, and the banks knew that I couldn't be like specific to the penny.
Right.
But I guess I would want to have feedback from somebody as to how much you thought
Let's
they.
come that for the next meeting. Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Just because ARPA's federal money, is there any prohibition on using the money to generate interest?
Hold that thought. We're going to get there tonight.
That's the only thing that.
We are earning
worries.
We are earning interest already on it, Mary, in our.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. It just, you know, how with federal arrangements, there are special requirements sometimes, so that.
Yeah, I know that when you borrow money and you put it into an investment, you can get into a sticky wicket.
Question.
But I don't see, I mean, we've been earning interest on it all along.
That's true.
That's a problem.
I think debt service is a problem, but not interest. But
okay.
Yes. So what would you like me to do? I'm thinking, because it's going to be 2 weeks before you meet again, I'd come to you with a suggested investment,
right.
not just a.
So let us have a few, a day or two to think it.
Okay.
And then we can collaborate.
Okay.
I have a suggestion. Like if you had two scenarios, leave ARPA out or something like a high and low. I don't know if the banks want to work that way. Also, you say it's a bidding process. Are they likely to be much more interested in a better rate if it is?
So typically, if a bank is looking for funds, they'll bid on something with a higher rate to try to get that in the process. And so that is normally what will happen, and they're lending.
It's not a bidding process where you put it out to 5 banks and it's sealed and they all, give you an answer, right? You just talk to them or what?
So the way I do it is I send it out and I ask for them to respond. All 5, and sometimes banks write back and say, we do not wish to bid on these monies.
So it's a type of bidding process.
Yeah, I've done it for a long time when it was exciting to do, and it hasn't been.
Okay.
And I keep, I disclose who gets the highest, who got the money with the highest bid. They do want to know at the end what were the results.
Oh, the banks do.
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, Roger. Oh, sorry.
To your suggestion of a high-low, maybe we could look at doing the ARPA for a 3-month and maybe some other funds for a 6-month. And that way, we could.
On a time basis.
Right.
It's a good idea, I think.
So,
Roger,
just to clarify, so I keep hearing bid. So if there's a bid process that we have to follow, don't we have a bid process, which we have a policy for the procurement of bids?
3.
Okay.
Not in the investment. This is the investment.
Yeah, that's for purchases, but this is kind of a purchase.
No.
Are we?
No.
It's an investment.
Are we seeking bids to invest our funds?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm asking a technical question. Do we need to follow our procurement policy for this? And if so, we need to schedule the approval accordingly. And which is all more reason I know that we're anxious. More of the reason why I would just like a memo and to review with the town manager rather than have this be the discussion, which were the notes document agreed by consensus to have Cheryl Lindbergh treasurer. I'm not comfortable with that.
Well,
if we need to get bids.
Right, we're gonna have a memo first.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just clarifying the process.
Right, and if we have a memo and we agree that we want to proceed, then we could vote.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay. So a memo, then a vote.
If we're the entity that
Can
does
you
that.
do that? Okay.
I didn't actually. Sorry.
All right, now we're finally going to do.
Okay, I will go quickly here in the interest of time. I will walk through, as I have in the past reports, just a couple highlights maybe from some of our departments that I'm aware of. I will mention, as we're aware, that Joyce Hasbrook, who's been our interim finance director over the last 6 months, will be leaving her position at the end of this week. Her last day is 28th. I have more to discuss related to the finance department, and I'm going to hold that until we go into our hiring section and into executive session, as it is related to contracts and personnel. But just wanted to let folks know that that is occurring. As part of that, I will mention now, because I think it is important for everyone to hear this. The attempt that we had made to hire a second-term finance director through Robert Half, we concluded that that was not a great fit with the personnel that was initially hired, and we've separated from that. So that was unexpected. He was here for only 2 weeks, and we decided it was best to make a decision quickly, and so that was made. So we are also currently looking still to fill that full-time permanent finance director position, and I'm happy to report that we do have a couple candidates that have come forward here over the last few weeks, and again, I'm going to hold my detailed discussion on that for the board in executive session. So I guess I'll leave it at that. We will maintain Ashley in the department for the month of April, and the month of May. So we will have, our APs and our payroll continue to be processed. And then we do have a plan, again, to be discussed further about how to move forward there without a acting finance director for a period of time.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Brennan. There's just because they text and email if we don't admit to them. Sorry, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. I have it when we forget. This was my.
We've seen that little screen
for years. Yes. Yeah.
Well, I apologize again as we try to conduct the meeting and let people in, and we've had a couple of people that must have jumped in and out of here. So I will continue. In the planning world, we continue to work with our interim planning and zoning. Zoning administrator, Kyle, who continues to do, I think, a very good job in his limited capacity here. The 2 days he's working, I know he's busy, and he is conducting the business of the office very well for us. So we're lucky there. We've not had a whole lot of additional interest in that position. We do continue to, market and promote that as an opportunity, but have not gotten any other really qualified candidates interested. So we, again, may come to the end of this next term with Two Rivers, and I would just assume maybe try to extend that again to keep Kyle's services.
When does that end again?
I believe the latest ends at the end of July.
Okay.
Sorry. So yeah, another month and 2 months. On the police side, as Priscilla has mentioned, we did withdraw what was going to be a presentation seeking some funding for new equipment. And that was done in conjunction with Chief Cochran. We just felt we needed a little more time to finalize the presentation there that will come to you on the 10th. And I am aware that the cruiser purchase that we've been talking about the last few meetings has been concluded. So that it's now living in Norwich, and awaiting the fit up that goes along with the new purchase of the police vehicles. So we have to discuss getting that fit up with the correct equipment for the service. On the DPW side, again, I will just mention this, and then we'll talk about it in more detail in executive session. We have actually had some success in finding an interested candidate for the building and grounds technician that had gone unfilled here for about the last 6 months. And so that's encouraging. Again, I'll talk about that a little bit more with the board in executive session. I was also asked to report that the generator purchase has been completed, and that it's now installed and operational at the facility. So that's good. And I believe just the final kind of fit up and nits are being put together there on that piece of equipment. Also, we did sign a letter of intent to file, was filed with the state as is required for a future road grant. And I just, again, wanted to make people aware that nothing binding was done, but we've submitted a letter of intent so that we can, in the future, apply for another grant there that would be used for DPW related work. On the recreation department side, I can report that the field work at Huntley Meadow is ongoing. I think that started in earnest today, and I know some of the contractors were out there with Bree working on the field alignments and getting those marked up for spring sports. I was also given some good news from Bree this morning, which is that the tennis courts, which we had, I guess, believed were not going to be able to be open this season. We have gotten, I guess, the go-ahead from our VLCT representative that with some additional work done this year to make those safe, we will be able to open at least 2 of those up for use. And that will be a little bit delayed, obviously, but I think Bree will be reaching out more publicly, seeking some volunteers to help with the repairs that are going to be required. So that is good news. I think we had expected that those would just be all closed for the summer, and that seems like no longer the case.
Is there a cost for us?
I do not believe there's a cost other than maybe materials to repair.
Okay.
And under the town manager heading, just some updates on some of the work that has been kind of flowing through the office. The opioid settlement claim that we discussed at the last meeting has been filed on behalf of the town. The MERP grant, which I'm not remembering what that stands for now, the acronym, but that was through the
Municipal Energy
Resource
something.
C. We were able to file that application for the $4,000 mini grant, as we discussed at the last meeting. So we worked with Jeff Grout as promised. That was a very simple process. And I guess we're waiting notice of the award there. That has been taken care of. We also had discussed that we had an upcoming ARPA report that is filed annually with the Department of Treasury. I was able to figure out how to get into that system and was able to file the report for the town. So that has been completed prior to our deadline.
Yay.
And I guess, as I mentioned earlier, we've been doing quite a bit of work on the human resource side, trying to fill our vacant positions here over the last couple of weeks, and for information to come on that later in the evening. Under my heading of general and miscellaneous, I did want to address certainly the supporters of the Kids Bridge plan and the documented interest in moving forward with that project. And I've had a couple of conversations with Marcia about how best we could do that and the roles and capacities that we have right now within town government. I honestly don't feel that I have the capacity right now to serve in a real substantive role as a project manager for that. But I do recognize that there is a strong will to get that moving and get that planning stage completed and move on to implementation. So the thought we had would be to open up a advertisement for a volunteer who would have the interest and the ability to serve as a project manager for that project and kind of marshal a lot of the needed, details that I think are still kind of ongoing there. Look at the funding pieces that are in place currently and look at what's still going to be required, and basically just serve to champion that project going forward. So I don't need to know that I need specific motion here, but just for the board's edification, I would like to have Miranda probably put that out there onto the list so that she can qualify candidates for that volunteer position, and then come back on May 10th with hopefully at least a couple people that would be interested that we could consider moving into that spot. And again, I guess our hope would be that I could serve kind of to oversee that as town staff, but again, not take on the very heavy lifts. I think that we'll be moving that quickly forward. So that's what I would propose. I don't know that I need a strong affirmation. If people are opposed to that idea, I guess let me know at this point.
Anyone? Roger?
Kind of relates to a later question. Volunteers are covered under our insurance policy, I assume, right? Well, so I think it would just be a matter with passive. Similarly,
A matter of what?
passive, our
insurance
liability. Sort of same, and to what extent could we then slowly think about something creative for the inspection for the bridge or for the inspection for the trail? I would say that's actually far more of a priority than the kids bridge, although the kids bridge has a longer and storied history. We have a contract with that trail. We need to have it inspected. We need to have it insured.
So that's come up a couple of times, the trail. And
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack your report. In the interest of having a call for volunteers to do something, I would say that is.
Well, it's an interesting project because it's not a town project. It's money has been donated for this bridge. And so, and apparently it's gone through the DRB, and I've asked that they send over the details so that we know what was approved, and that could be given to the volunteer. I think you bring up a good point. We should probably investigate what oversight, we need to have, or can it be just anybody who's responsible for this?
Right, because my last point is, I think the last step was to ensure that everything that was done, all the permitting, there's questions on the floodplain. And I don't know if that last question was settled despite all of the previous permitting and the DRB's action. So I don't know if a volunteer would be able to assess whether or not the schematics would stand up to a flood event or not. But that would probably be part of the call for expertise or volunteer time.
So that sounds like this, you were aware of state involvement at some point?
Well, this was from the document that we all had possession of, the transition document. So I think it's just a question of, I understand that the advocates are saying that this is all done and it has been for the DRB. I guess what I'm saying is, has it? And what was that last thing about floods? And what is it that, is it a permit? Is it a reviewing the final build schematics? Like what is it that we would be having the volunteer do other than, of course, answer questions from our very devoted people who want to see this project happen?
Well, I think that's a good point, that we should probably talk to that fellow in White River Junction who's in charge of bridges.
Well, I guess what I would envision again would be putting out some kind of an advertisement on the listserv, at least, maybe somewhere else as well, where we would ask people to apply with their qualifications. And then I think we could make decisions about who would be qualified, and we can certainly give some narrative about what we feel will be needed as part of.
Yes, what do we need done? Right, is sort of my question, rather than who do we get to do.
I rather put together a list of things that I thought needed to be done, so we can.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I sent that to Brendan at one point. We can pull that up and go through it again. But I think that's a good thing about insurance and the bridge guy.
I think the bigger thing that I didn't answer in my point was, what is it that hasn't crossed that finish line? Was it an environmental permit? Was it some kind of expert who would assess, the flood question? Am I misunderstanding what I remember?
We'll find out.
So we would need to find out in order to tell someone what they need to do.
Good. And the inspection of the trail, I'm thinking you're talking about the one over here by the.
Yeah, I could speak further to that, but I recognize that I was hijacking Brendan's report. So
we can go back to that.
That's okay. Well, again, hearing no real opposition, I guess I will move forward with that and let the folks know that had submitted their interest there, that we're going to try to proceed. And then the last thing I just wanted to mention, we had kind of some ongoing discussion about how to deal with the ARPA funds. So we, as you know, we have a little over $1 million there that's allocated to the town. We've had a very interesting discussion with the representatives from the Two Rivers Regional Planning, and we believe we have an interesting idea that has been approved by VLCT of how we can actually make that money more flexible in its use, and also maybe alleviate some of the upcoming time deadlines that are associated with that. And there's a process, again, approved by VLCT to transfer some of our monies out of the ARPA funds and basically recoup, pay for budget items that are already out there in our town budget, and then move our municipal budgeted money back. And it's basically a way to exchange the money and allow us to again, have some more flexibility. So what we would like to do is have the representative from Two Rivers attend our next select board meeting on the 10th and give a more detailed explanation of how that works and what that process should be. Again, from our understanding, it seems like this has been done by other municipalities in this area, and I think we can do it fairly quickly. And again, it doesn't mean that we're allocating how that money will be spent. It really is just giving us a little more flexibility and time to make decisions about that.
If I may,
Roger.
before we invite, who I presume is Sarah, back to discuss and present to us, we should just rewatch the presentation in which she came, presented to us, and told us about creating a surplus in our budget and doing some capital items. So I think, like, before we decide to take more of everyone's time, we should just review that presentation, because I know exactly who would present. I know exactly what they would say. We just need to review all their material, have our questions sent to them, and then maybe invite them back.
Could we get the date of that presentation?
look
I've
it
been
up.
trying to get it
It was
from
over
Miranda, and I have not gotten a response.
I've already invited her for next week. And here's the deal. She's now had a year of experience, and she's been doing presentations for community engagement. She has a lot of good ideas. Basically, I wanted her to explain to the community how, as well as us, how it's a two-step process that is what she's proposing. So you move the money to pay for expenses, and then having done that, the excess money is what the surplus is what you use on whatever projects you decide. But she's had some very good experience with a lot of local towns, and I thought that would be new information and valuable for us. And she says 15 minutes, so I don't think
okay. So to that end, then if we can, I'll look up the date. I think we should all review it and then have a much focused presentation, because like
it's a good idea.
deja vu is real here, and like let's not, right?
When do you think she last?
I'll have to look it up
It was
for
a
you.
couple of years ago,
Because
right at the beginning of when this was being announced, and there were a lot of regs that hadn't come out yet.
And they changed the restrictions. So
Well, my thought is certainly we should review that, but I think there will be some more updated and useful information that will come.
anything else?
That's all I have at the moment.
Terrific. Okay, thank you very much. And now we have reports that were submitted, one from the Intermunicipal Regional Energy Coordinator. I don't see anything remarkably different or new since our discussion with Jeff Brown at the last board meeting. Are there any comments or concerns about that report? Priscilla?
It looks as though it's Linda Gray. I assume Linda is Linda Gray. Has she been sort of designated project manager or point person on this?
I don't, Roger? No, sorry.
I believe she's the chair of the committee.
She's not the chair of the Energy Committee.
Roger?
Go ahead.
We had appointed her the representative for IREC, the IREC committee.
Oh,
This was several years ago whenever we funded it. Whenever we first funded the Regional Energy Coordinator, part of that contract and part of that proposal was to have the 7 towns have represent an advisory council public body. And she was our representative. We voted on that. It's in the minutes. But yeah, just, you know.
So she's involved. Go ahead.
Another question. When we had the presentation at our last meeting, I sort of thought, this looks like a rerun of the bad movie. Because
Deja vu,
you've got the
yeah.
same outfit that was voted down before with, but I mean, I wasn't part of the detailed discussions before, but it looks like the same idea as before. And I would feel much happier and think we would be wasting less time if we expanded our search for what we're going to do about Tracy Hall to more outfits, or maybe talk to some other towns that have done some things. So I think we really have tunnel vision on this, and I'm afraid we'll just go down that road and then get knocked off our feet again, and nothing will happen.
I think we decided the last time that we were talking about this that we should have a meeting just on Tracy Hall, as Linda said. And I think that should be sooner rather than later.
See, a meeting on Tracy Hall.
I know. I know. There's truly just spent 10 days with a bad cold.
I know.
All right. So we're all committed. We're going to have a Tracy Hall meeting. Okay. Fire department they also submitted a report, and this report contains some very important information about lithium batteries, hazards, and e-bikes, which I think everybody should read. It was also on the national news this week. Any comments or concerns about that? Right. We're now on to the action items.
So can I just,
Yes, Roger.
so when are we going to get the trail inspected?
I'm not sure we should talk about the trail right now,
Okay.
but
So I would say whatever action I brought this up a couple of weeks ago in sort of the town manager report. So I think we need to see that through. It's like contractual. We need to do that.
and I have this vague recollection of Bree
Just call
saying that
pass
it was someone else that was supposed to be inspecting the trail.
It's the town. The town has to inspect the trail. And if we don't inspect the trail, the inspection is our responsibility.
But we must have to hire somebody to do it because it's got to be ADA
Yes.
compliant or something.
ADA compliant. And it's the contractual term.
All right. So
What is this, the trail?
Oh, right.
So no problem?
Sure.
Okay,
No problem.
okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's being
It's been
added to the
built.
May
It's been
10th.
built
Mhm.
by them. And so they could technically have built it. You know, I do not doubt they consulted experts to build it in a way that was compliant with ADA, but there is no expert to say otherwise at this time.
They being the school.
The school, they were responsible for building it. We're responsible for inspecting it.
Okay,
It's
so
on our lands.
then
As they-
that's on May 10th. Okay.
But what does it have to be? I'm just saying we need to. I think it might be a
good.
matter of questioning or just calling passive. But I don't know if that's the best decision because you would be disclosing that you have a big asset that you would like to add to your liability plan. So I don't know if they're the entity to call. But
It is what it is.
Yeah, that is what it is.
But anyway, sorry, thank you.
Okay.
It's an obligation.
Anything else, Mary? Nope. Okay. All right. So now we are at the section of action items, and the first thing that we're going to address is committee appointments. And it's 8:00, and my intention is that this should be 1 hour. So although I believe we have multiple seats open, we have just 12 applicants tonight. I've budgeted the hour and would ask that all applicants introduce themselves when called on and offer no more than 1 or 2 sentences about their interest in a particular seat. Board members can then ask questions if they have them. I would note that Peter French has withdrawn his application for historic preservation. My understanding is that Jess Phelps was maybe had a conflict, but I thought I saw his name on. And then I had heard Chris Rimmer was going to apply for the conservation, but I don't see anything in the packet. There will be another slate of seats to be filled, I believe, at the next meeting because we haven't gotten them all. And then In general, we want the board the board wants people to appear to express their interest in a position. It's respectful, but it also shows a sincere interest. It is my understanding that, as I said, we're probably going to have more of these on May 10th. Pam?
Can we add trustee of public funds to the next round of?
Miranda said that was going to be on the next round. I think somebody already asked.
I asked for the correction on this one, but it didn't happen.
I think Cheryl asked. So putting on more committee appointments.
Trying to get in.
Yeah, I think I've left.
Thank you, Brennan.
Okay. So I'm going to follow the motion sheet. The first one that we're going to talk about is the Development Review Board. And is Emily Myers here? Hi, Emily. Would you like to come up to the table and say hello to us?
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Fine, thanks. Just tell us why you would want to be on the development.
Sure. I saw that there was a couple vacancies. There are two primary members where their terms are ending this year, and there are two vacant positions for alternates. Someone approached me asking if I was interested, and it hadn't crossed my mind until the individual asked me, and I thought, you know what? I am interested. I was born and raised here in Norwich, and Norwich is near and dear to my heart. And if I can help collaborate with other members of the DRB to make sure that Norwich maintains that hometown feel that I have, and that, you know, we listen to the Norwich townspeople about what they want, and that we're following rules and regs, I think that I can absolutely step in and help out.
Great. Sure. Thank you very much. Any questions for Emily? Okay.
Just thanks for stepping up.
Yeah, absolutely.
No problem.
Grateful. Richard Stucker, are you here? No, Richard Stucker.
I'm in the waiting room now, so maybe it's him.
Is he online?
Waiting room?
Is he online?
Oh, it's not there.
There is one person in the waiting room, but it's not Richard Stucker.
Is there Melissa? Sometimes he appears under Melissa.
Okay. So I note that Richard's application said that they might be moving. He hasn't appeared. So I would ask, is there a motion to appoint Emily Myers to the Development Review Board? There's a question over there. Oh, hi there. I recognize you.
Yes, I've been here before. Robert here in Norwich. I would ask that the board consider waiving the need for being present or by Zoom because of the confusion with the Zoom link earlier that has left people unable to connect. And so the likelihood is that that may be the case with Richard. Don't know, but it would be considerate to allow that exception.
Good point. Thank you. Yes, Roger.
So the motion is for both. They're both looking for the seat.
There are two seats and two people. Richard says he may be moving to Hanover.
Yes, I read that.
And the expiration date is the same.
The same seat.
Right.
Sure. So I'm happy to make a motion.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
We had an alternate. Jack Cannon proposed himself as an alternate, although I didn't see that there was an alternate listed.
The DRF was here.
Was here.
He had to leave. He didn't realize it was going to be this long into the meeting, so.
I mean,
Okay.
to a certain extent, we know these people well, and we know their track record of service, you know, and they have an application if we don't. So I feel comfortable, informed in any vote that I would make. So I'm happy to take a motion if you'd like.
You mean make a motion?
Make a motion. Yeah, sorry, Steve. But we'll have it. I can make a motion, but
I'd like somebody to make a motion.
Hey guys, I'm here for the council meeting. I'm actually the president of the United States. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
It's a Zoom bomb.
yes.
Oh, no, a Zoom bomb. No, I'm not a Zoom bomb. I'm a Zoom killer. Yeah. That's me. So hey, how about this? How about you? How about you make me the president of your little shitty town here? Goddamn. What the fuck is this shit? Fucking old people town. The fuck. The fuck. Look at your nerdy little town. Look at this. Looks like we got a judge here, bitch. That's crazy.
Yeah, kick this nigger.
What's up, guys? What's up? Yeah, I'm not here to Zoom bomb.
Very funny.
Alright.
Yes, I told me over there.
He's still there.
Still there.
We have all these weird showing up here.
We're already
Still
here.
there.
And there's a Vicky Rios that needs to go away.
How did he find a working Zoom?
It's better than the last one.
It's a good question.
Niggers, I hate niggers.
This is a first for me.
Depressing.
Maybe let them in.
We wanted to be here really late.
The usual roadway, yes. Definitely.
We think they may all have been removed.
They haven't been admitted though.
Somebody came into my computer. I have no real control over
Yes.
who they are because we went to this forum.
Okay.
So it's not the,
Okay.
we don't have any ability to gatekeep out.
Roger.
I move to appoint Richard Stucker and Emily Myers to the Development Review Board.
Is there a second?
Second.
Call the question. All in favor? Unanimous? Thank you very much, Emily.
I can make a motion for an alternate if you would like.
Just gotta get back to the kids. I'm single parenting tonight, so thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you. Second motion?
So I move to appoint Jack Camden to the DRB alternate position.
Oh,
Second that.
Seconded by Priscilla. Okay. All in favor? Unanimous? The next one that we're going to talk about is the EC Fiber Governing Board. Burke Torme, would you come up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Herb Tomei, longtime resident now on New Boston Road. EC Fiber, of course, is the vernacular name for the East Central Vermont Telecommunications District. We are the first such district in the state. There are now 10. And in fact, 2 or 3 years back, the legislature decided that our success demonstrated this was an appropriate model for the rest of the state to use to get service out to rural areas that have been neglected by commercial interests. We now have almost 8,000 people connected in more than 24 towns. It is an amazing story. I've represented Norwich on the governing board since we were formed way back in 2008. At that time, under an obscure provision of Vermont law called an interlocal contract. And the legislation empowering CUDs, I had a significant role in getting that passed through the legislature. And it has made all the difference because no longer do we have to deal with potential investors in municipal bonds saying interlocal what? Anyway, the governing board has at least one delegate and one alternate from each member town. The district as a whole is, under Vermont law, a virtual municipality. So this is not the same as a town board. It's representation on the district board. I am one of the longest serving members of that board. And we have a wide cross section of people who, from 1 or 2 years service to, I think there are only 3 or 4 of us now who go all the way back to the beginning. Jim Maslin is another. But institutional memory is important in avoiding past mistakes. And I think that's an important role that I still play. I am also still officially the government relations officer, which means I'm responsible for explaining some of our concerns to the legislature and to the Vermont Community Broadband Board. And I would like very much to continue doing this work.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion to appoint Irv Tomei to the Norwich representative, East Fiber Board? Priscilla?
Now second.
Okay, I didn't finish saying the motion, but. Okay, we have the motion in writing, and Pam seconded it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much, Irv.
Thank you.
The next one is for the alternate position on EC Fiber, Mr. Deere.
Here in Norwich, I've served for, I believe, at least 7 years on the board. Been to all but 1 or 2 meetings. I have a good handle on the institutional memory that Irv talks about. It's an important enough position that it's important to have somebody ready to back up if somebody is out or that's why I'm interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Someone like to make a motion?
Make the motion.
Pam?
Appoint Rob as the alternate to the EC Fiber Governing Board for a 1-year term.
Expiring April 30th.
Right.
Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We appreciate service to town. The next committee assignment that we're going to talk about is the Energy Committee. We have Rob here. I'm sorry, Eric. You're right here, but go ahead.
He's on the computer.
He's on the computer? Oh, Eric is in here, so please come up.
Okay. Robert Deere, which for joining the select board, being elected to the select board, I was on the energy committee. It's an important consideration committee to try and find solutions for climate change actions, and I'd like to continue on doing that. I'm applying for the 1-year unexpired term of Norm Levy.
I have a question before we have a motion. So do you think that we need to have a committee for green procurement or not?
I think having someone to oversee green procurement is somebody who's taking in the areas where we're going to spend money that could be affecting our carbon footprint is important. Whether it's a specific committee, I don't have an opinion.
Okay. I have a question about the motion. Okay, so Robert said it was for Norm Levy's
Unexpired.
Expired.
Does that expire in 2024?
Yeah, next year.
So we have a choice of dates here.
Yeah, Eric, I believe is reapplying for his position, which is the 3-year position.
Okay. And Eric, we're not considering tonight.
Eric going?
Eric is.
Eric's on there. We'll get to him. Oh, okay.
I'm happy to make
Okay. Go ahead,
I'm
Roger.
happy to make a motion for the term ending in 2024.
Okay.
So I'll do that. I move to appoint Robert Gear to the Energy Committee for a term expiring on March 31st, 2024.
Second, anyone?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, now we'll jump back because I missed Eric Rentz. Eric, are you here? Yes, you are. Hello.
Hi.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about why you're interested in it? I thank you very much for appearing.
Sure. Thank you for recognizing me. Yeah, I'm Eric Rentz, Norwich resident, coming to you from Dock Hardy Lane. I'm applying to the Energy Committee. I'm applying to the seat that I had held since 2020. I have been volunteering, and I was previously volunteering for the Energy Committee before that. I spent 6 years for a solar developer, in a Midwestern solar developer, and have a lot of interest in energy and the energy industry. And I've been trying to bring some of my perspectives to the committee.
Thank you. Can you tell us, is it for a term ending March 31, 2024 or 26?
26 was the one that I had been applying for.
Okay. Thank you very much. Does anyone have a question for Eric, or does someone want to make a motion?
Just quickly, Brennan, Cheryl ended the meeting and she's trying to get, okay, great. I'll make the motion to appoint Eric Rentz for another 3-year term, expiring March of 2026.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mary. Call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much, Eric.
Sarah?
Thanks so much.
Next, Historic Preservation Commission. Linda Cook, would you like to come up and tell us why you're interested in continuing on this commission?
A very exciting program that we work with this historic past, now, and present. And it all stays connected together with this committee, from finding how to restore barns in a proper way to try and keep them functional, or how that they could change things to modify, but yet not totally change. I don't know what word I want. You don't need Nancy or Peter to give me that one. But just in doing it, I've been with the Historical Society since it was on Church Street over there. And I was president for a number of years, working with Kim Zay, if you knew her. She was our curator. Now we have Sarah Rooker, and I'm always amazed at the programs that are thought up, whether it's for the children or whether it's for the adults. And I've been lucky enough to use what they have in there for material and researched and thought I was done finding all the fire chiefs for this town. Well, I found one more, and I need to have a picture to put on the wall over at the Public Safety Building. He turned up in a newspaper article. Now I'm trying to find him. And so then that project will be complete in my mind. So it's been great. It's a great place to start reading, and you have a subject, and they've got programs that are teaching you how to do your research on your property and multiple things. Go to the website and just see the program that's available. And there are so many volunteers there helping to organize, to collect, and to share with the community. And how much more could you ask for something like this? You know, and all the programs that are done over there on the field or in the building, it's wonderful. It just gives you a lot of energy to do things. I love it. And I'm now volunteering to help on a new committee over there. We're trying to carry on the multiple tasks that Roger Blake did there. And there were many that man, what he called puttering, but he was painting the fence and doing all kinds of little jobs over there. It was wonderful. It's a great group that works there, young and old. I shouldn't say any of them are old. But
Thank you very much.
so I enjoy it, would like to stay there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to appoint Linda for another 3-year term expiring April 30th, 2026.
You have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Priscilla. Can I call the question? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Next, we have Jess Phelps for the Historic Preservation Commission. He or she, I don't know, had sent a message saying there was a conflict and yes, hi, come on.
May I speak?
You may.
I'm Nancy Osgood, 191 Patrol Road, and I'm Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. And I want to assure each and every one of you that the 2 applicants to be reappointed, Jess and Linda, have been stellar members of the commission. And I don't know what I would do personally without them. Jess has stepped up to do all sorts of heavy lifting for us, including really writing with, edits the grant application for the latest certified local government grant. He's always attended all the meetings, and Linda has been indispensable with her memory of history and helping on the bond project and everything else. So I hope that you will reappoint them.
Thank you very much. And thank you for waiting all this time.
Good reason.
Do we have a motion? Roger?
I move to appoint Jess Phelps to the Historic Preservation Commission for a term expiring on April 30th, 2026.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mary. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Planning Commission, Stuart Richards. Are you here to speak, Stuart?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I've lived on Elm Street for about 40 years and in Vermont for about 55 years. I've served on the Norwich Planning Commission for a couple of years back, and also on the Waitsfield Planning Commission. I have a great deal of respect for the historic qualities of our town. And that doesn't necessarily mean that change is a bad thing, but I think that change needs to be moderate. And so one of the reasons that I formed the Norwich Affordable Housing Committee with 24 members was to try and implement and get some affordable housing in Norwich. It's most unfortunate that it didn't succeed, but at least it was very, very worthwhile in terms of giving it a try. And I do think that it is possible to have affordable housing in Norwich, and I would certainly, on the Planning Commission, try and make that possible and feasible. So there's a few things that enter into my interest in being on the Planning Commission. I remember well the 2005 survey and also the 2018 survey, or maybe it was 17, I can't remember. But there was a question that was asked, and the question that was asked was, how do you like the population of Norwich? Do you think it should remain the same, or get bigger, or get smaller? And over 50% of the people, it was about 55% of the people, said they liked the town about the same size. And that really was, I thought, an expression that should be seriously considered before we do something that would change the size of the town dramatically. The Planning Commission, about 4 or 5 years ago, tried to redevelop Route 5 South with units up to 8 units per acre. and that was not met favorably by the townspeople. And I think it's important to put things in perspective. And that's something that I would like to do if I'm lucky enough to be on the planning commission. So happy to answer any questions and look forward to serving.
Thank you, Stuart. Any questions for Stuart? Mary?
Stuart, I appreciate your experience and expertise and time with the town, and also that you care about our town. I'm wondering, with our what I call predicament, the way our town has evolved for those who can afford to move in here, and how it will affect our tax rates for the school, because we've become a town with no economic diversity, very little welcoming for immigrants or people who are in a more modest circumstance of life. The real estate pressures are so high that I think we've become almost like a gated community or something like that. I think we need some diversity. I think we need some new vision on that sort of thing. And I'm just really concerned that keeping Norwich exactly the way it's been for 50 years might not be the best way to think about it. So I'm concerned that your desire to keep Norwich sort of, I would say, set or frozen might be an impediment on our planning commission. And it's not that I think the planning commission should go crazy with developments or, or restrict our forest blocks so no one ever gets to build in them. And it is an advisory sort of board, but I'm a little afraid that your point of view might have a chilling effect on the way that the planning commission functions. So that's what I have to say. And I, would, if you want to respond to that, I'd like to hear it, but that's just my point of view at the moment.
I don't really feel that I would have a chilling effect on trying to ungate this community. The reason that I formed the Norwich Affordable Housing, Inc. was to try and create diversity. And the reason that I was supported by 24 townspeople was because they felt in the same way that affordable housing could be created. So I think you're misunderstanding my point of view. The surveys that were conducted that I mentioned didn't say that things would be frozen. I am really concerned, as you are, I think, with the fact that we've lost our farmers, we've lost our blue collar workers, we've lost our single parents because they can't afford to live here. It's just so expensive to live in Norwich. Part of that certainly is, or mainly driven by market forces, which we don't really control. But a lot of it is also by the way we spend and tax. And so the Planning Commission can have an impact on creating reasonable development. And that's what I would hope that I would be able to promote. So we've had, if you look at the number of new houses that have been built in Norwich over the last few years, there's very few new houses that have been built, but quite a few houses have had additions and or changes made to them. And there isn't any reason why, depending on the market, of course, why there can't be more housing built. And if it were easy to do affordable housing, there would have been some created over the last 30 years during the time when there was and is an affordable housing committee. So we almost had 7 new houses or 8 new houses as a result of Norwich Affordable Housing, Inc. And I'm sorry that that didn't succeed. I think it's unfortunate. That would not have necessarily solved the problem, but it would have been at least a small step in the right direction. I think that we need affordable housing, which is why I formed Norwich Affordable Housing, Inc. So I hope that what I'm saying allays your fears, that I don't think the town should be frozen in place. But I think that moderation is not a bad thing. So thanks for hearing me out.
Thanks, Stuart.
Actually, you'll need to roll call.
Just a second, we have someone on 277.
Yes.
Hello?
Sorry, am I being recognized?
You're being recognized. I can't see your number.
Great. Yeah, sorry, this is Brian Loeb. I'm a member of the Planning Commission. Is it okay if I just speak briefly on this issue?
Yes, Brian, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. I would just say, given the 2 current members aren't asking to retake their seats, if you take no action tonight, it would be a 5-member group. Just say, if you have concerns about the number of applicants, you're under no obligation to fill any seat. It's a really hard group to run on the best of days. I can't even imagine how hard it would be to run with an even number of members. What I really encourage you to do is do a public education process and actually encourage people to apply. And that's very different than posting a PDF on the listserv and in the basement of Tracy Hall to notify people that there are vacancies. It's possible that the Planning Commission itself or our new town clerk would join you in this effort to truly encourage citizen engagement. I think it's a shame that our 1 applicant for 2 vacant seats is well known and well acquainted with the process and the commission, and there was no effort at all by this select board to engage the town more broadly and bring in the kinds of diverse opinions and perspectives that Mary's talking about. I would just once again inform you, you're under no obligation to fill any seats tonight, and I would hope that you would do a more broad-based and intentional process of education and recruitment and consider the open seats at a future date.
Thank you, Brian. Priscilla?
I believe you said, Marcia, that we were going to be continuing this process of looking for people to fill some of the seats that are not filled yet.
That's correct.
So we have in front of us, for Planning Commission, someone who is very, very knowledgeable, very skilled. I think would be a terrific and helpful addition to the commission. And there's no reason why we can't have another candidate or so come up, next meeting or whenever. And I think that, I don't think it's fair actually to blame the select board for not advertising all of this well enough. I mean, we have a lot of other spots to fill too, and it's just hard to get volunteers to do this. And we have someone who is very willing to do this. And I think we should say a very, very qualified person. And I think we should say, thank you. Yes. And we will, hope we can find another person to step up to fill the second seat. We have a number of empty seats on a number of these boards. So I don't know why it should deter us from voting for someone.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Stuart Richards to the Planning Commission for a term expiring April 30th of 2027.
I'll second that.
Right. And I wanted to make a comment. I just want to make it clear that I think all people have the right of freedom of speech, and that's protected by the Vermont Constitution. And so even if their sentiments don't agree with us or we have different opinions, that's protected. And so I'd be very concerned about changing our procedure tonight midstream and saying that we wouldn't consider a person who applied when there just didn't happen to be other people who applied. I think that no matter how vexing it is to anyone, it's tantamount to engaging in a culpable act of discrimination or deprivation of rights. So I'm very much in favor of proceeding. So I will call the question. Priscilla, how do you vote?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Roger?
No.
Mary?
No.
Marcia? Yes. Stuart, you're appointed to the committee.
Thanks so much. Look forward to doing the job.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thanks.
There's a question. Yes, Robert.
Submitting an application for the Board of Commission spoken about next week is an appropriate application for becoming a member of the Planning Commission. I didn't submit it in time, so I can give it a run-in for
next week. Yeah, because we're going to have more next week.
Next week? We're not having
Not next meeting.
Just checking.
After Tracy told me, right?
Yeah.
Just follow up with an email, just.
Wednesday is KRT presentation.
The next person is Anna Connolly, who's applying for the Norwich Recreation Council. Anna, are you here? She's not here. Are you here?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please, Anna, if you'd like to, would you like to tell us a little bit about why you're interested in the Rec Council?
Sure. So I live here in town on Main Street, and I have young kids, and I love the rec department, both because of their programming and planning and activities, and also because I just love sports and outdoor activities. And so I heard that they had several vacant seats, and I just wanted to support Bree and the rest of the committee in whatever way I could help out.
Thank you very much, Anna. Does anyone have a question for Anna?
Well, I'm her next door neighbor, and I'd like to say she's terrific. And also, by the way, we noticed there are 7 open seats here and only 1 applicant. You know, I think, hey, thank you very much, Anna.
Yes, we're grateful. Do I have a motion to appoint Anna Connolly?
I would be thrilled to appoint Anna Connolly to the Norwich Recreation Council for a term expiring March 31st, 2026.
I'll second.
Seconded by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much, Anna. Welcome to the group.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Take care. The next person and committee is Brian Litvinov with the Solid Waste Committee. Brian, are you here?
It's Bram.
Bram, sorry. No Bram. Does anybody know anything about Bram?
I feel, considering that we're asking them things that are found in their application, I feel comfortable making a motion based on the application.
Feel comfortable?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we've asked them to introduce themselves, and generally they've repeated what's in the application, except for Stuart, took a lot of our time. So I move to appoint Bram, if I may make a motion.
You may make a motion.
I move to appoint Bram, Litvinov, to the Solid Waste Committee for a term expiring on April 30th, 2026.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
I do always feel it's important for people to at least tell us that they're not coming or something, because, so I'm just looking to see if he has experience with this or not.
He says he served on other municipal commissions.
Worked in the Solid Waste Division in the City of Lebanon for 5 years.
He's qualified.
Eminently qualified. Right, I'll call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. The next one is Jordan Muller for the Solid Waste Committee. Is Jordan here? Hi, Jordan.
Evening. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah. What did I say? Thank you,
Solid
Madam
waste
Chair.
too.
Yes. No. So my name is Jordan Muller, and I've lived in Norwich for 5 years. I have to be honest, when I first went to the transfer station, I thought I was going to hate it because there were so many different things to do and boxes to put things in. But now I actually like it and enjoy it. And so when I saw the list of committees and I saw that solid waste was one, I thought it'd be something I'd be interested to get more knowledge about and to whatever way I can help out with. That's about it.
It's a very good recommendation, and I hope that you get the bug for serving on committees after this.
Muller?
It's Muller.
Muller.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I could make a comment, I completely understand your fascination with dumps. I think they're extremely interesting places. And by the way, if you look at our town financials, we spend slightly more, I think, on recycling than we spend on trash, which is kind of interesting.
Didn't used to be that way.
Well,
we should all
probably not, but yeah, but you might want to do stuff like that.
Interesting things to look at.
Yeah.
It's the zero sort.
Do I have a motion to appoint Jordan Muller to the Solid Waste Committee?
Make that motion.
Motion by Pam. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Priscilla. Call the question. All in favor? Unanimous.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Finally, Brian, no, not finally. Brian Loeb, Two Rivers Ottaquechee representative. Yes, representative, not the alternate. For a term expiring April 30, 2024. Brian, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, sure. Happy to. Both on the Planning Commission and the Affordable Housing Subcommittee, and as well as in my personal volunteer experience. Rivers quite a bit, comfortable with the issues that they address, happy to step into the role on behalf of the town, being a liaison you and the Planning Commission and the communities around us that share so many. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Brian? I have a question, Brian. I'm always interested in what's going on at TRORC. And I think a couple of times when Jeff Lubell was the representative, he sent us some feedback. So I'd be very interested in having that feedback from you if you're appointed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
Marcia, they also publish minutes on their website and take attendance as well.
Mm-hmm. It's always good to hear from our own person what they think. So do I have a motion to appoint Brian?
I move to appoint Brian Loeb as Two Rivers Ottaquechee Regional Commission representative for a term expiring on April 30th, 2024.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Roger. Call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much for serving, Brian.
Yeah, have a good evening.
And last but not least, Jackie Allen, Two Rivers Ottaquechee for alternate expiring April 30th, 2024.
Yeah, hi. I've been on the Planning Commission since 2015. Last year, I served as alternate for Jeff Lubell, and was able to participate probably about a third of the meetings as a result. I found Two Rivers a wonderful resource for us, for the Planning Commission and for our town. Working with them, we were able to get Kyle, in this position, servicing our office, which has been terrific. And they provided many other resources as well. So I'm a fan, and I would like to continue to support them. They appreciate when they have active representatives from different towns. So that's the reason I've applied.
I can do all towns have a rep.
Yeah, it's pretty diverse. It's it's quite an event when they all show up. Yes, I mean, everyone, they encourage every town to have 2 reps, so there is an alternate. And not every town comes to every meeting, but all towns have a rep.
Good. Any questions?
Monthly. Yeah, with, I think maybe they take a summer off or something like that, but yeah, monthly.
We have a motion to appoint Jackie Allen.
I move to appoint Jacqueline Allen as Two Rivers Ottaquechee Regional Commission alternate representative for term expiring on April 30th, 2024.
Thank you. Second? Second by Priscilla. Call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much for serving.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes for this week the committee appointments, and we're now on to item 11, which is the approval to contract for paving of culverts on New Boston Road. Brennan?
So in the packet, I've included a memo sent to me by our DPW director, Chris Kaufman. As you recall, we are doing 4 individual culvert projects along New Boston Road. As part of the replacement there, we also need to rebuild the road around once they're installed. So that's what we're talking about here. We have 1 bid from Blacktop out of West Lebanon, who has bid, and I will mention that this is a bid that is subject to some market rate changes in some ways. So this $12,175 is an estimate based on the current cost per ton for Blacktop. But we're looking at about that, and we're also going to have a grant that's going to recoup about 80% of the cost for the town. So we're really only looking at spending about $2,400 approximately here. So again, this, because it was over the $10,000 limit for a contract approval, it is before the select board tonight. And if it's ratified, we will authorize Chris to move forward with the contract.
So I'm trying to remember. We're supposed to have 3 bids, but we couldn't get 3 bids.
Correct. Yeah, for these smaller paving projects, what I've been told is that this contractor, Blacktop, is really the only game in town. So I know Chris had reached out to other vendors, but did not have any defined bids to look at tonight.
Okay. Any questions about this? Priscilla?
It wasn't clear to me. Do we already have this grant in hand?
Yes. Yeah. So this is just paying for the project.
And you said it also.
Sorry, that's not
Roger.
your question.
So did you say it was around 12,175?
I don't want to, so if it's not exactly that number, it'll be approximately that number. And again, it's based at the time of the installation, what the cost of the black.
So it could be, we could say safely under 15,000.
If you need a number there, or just
Okay.
authorize the approval of that.
Okay. Roger?
What is the funding source?
So I believe this is the grant that we just approved here, for the New Boston Road.
And it's already been approved?
Well, now that I say that, I could be incorrect, because that wouldn't have happened that quickly. So maybe this is a prior grant, but we have a grant that has been awarded here.
So so the motion just asks us to approve the contract, and that's fine, but it implies that there will be an expenditure, and I was just curious about.
It says in the memo, the FY23 Better Roads Grant.
I know, but wasn't there an 80%? It was 80. So like, where's the rest coming from? A designated fund? Does it? I don't need to know.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm happy with.
Well, we do have money in our paving.
Yeah, I believe it would come out of our existing paving.
So one of the things that's been floating around in my mind, about foggy as it is that every time we have one of these things, we have the same questions. And it seems to me it would be nice if the select board said to the town management, we'd like to see this information every time, right? Like a template. So it seems to me we want to see the cost. We want to see the fund that it's coming out of, right? Any grant monies. the fund and how much is in that fund. And probably also, what are the expected additional costs that are going to be needed to be paid for out of that fund in the future or before the end of the given year, right?
Yeah. I mean, the motion is thoughtfully worded to approve a contract, not to authorize an expenditure, and which is fine. And so that's why I'm just asking, like, so I don't actually think there's a problem with the motion or a problem with what was presented to us, because, like, indeed, we're approving a contract. But I would.
So my question is, if I put together a draft template for people, would you be interested in that so that we could see?
Absolutely.
Yes.
But I'm wondering, it says we're approving a contract, but I have not seen a contract.
I have a contract here in front of me that didn't make it into the packet before the deadline, so I can pass that around if you'd like to see it.
I think it's critical for us to see the terms of the contract before we vote on something.
I'll pass that down for you. And
is there a timeline on this? Is there a deadline, or can we table this to the next meeting?
I think he'd really like to move forward with it.
I understand that, but that wasn't my question.
You can do whatever you'd like.
So here, if I may, like Marcia has provided a process to sort of address conversation, right? Yes, which is just moving forward will be more clear of an expectation. I will say that drafting that kind of movement takes time and resources, right? Miranda usually would do it, and she would have to take time to prepare that motion, right?
I've been crafting the motions and then she fixes them up.
Okay, so I acknowledge that in order to do the process that we may seem like we want, it requires more of a labor. But that being said, I am happy to make this motion if you would like that.
Okay.
It's the contract.
It's not a complicated contract, and I think it goes towards just one section of work that we talked about already and approved for the culvert.
Right. I will just give the math here because it's not explicitly spelled out there. So what we're talking about are 4 trenches, 12 tons of material per trench at the current rate of $253.59 per ton. And the calculation there adds up to $12,172.32.
That's a lot of material.
And it's coming from a paving reserve fund, 20%. Is
that true?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And so do we have a second for Roger's motion?
I didn't make it yet, but I can.
Oh, I thought you did.
So I moved to approve the contract with Blacktop Incorporated for paving in connection with culvert work on New Boston Road.
I'll second.
Second by Mary. So again, we've already approved the culvert work. This is the paving and I think it was cutting, right? Maybe I'm forgetting. By a specialist who does blacktop, called Blacktop.
So I'm so sorry, Brendan. Is it possible that we talked about this the last time we talked about this culvert work?
So this is the
my little bit about the
project
expenditure, the funds, all that.
The project is being done in-house. So this is what Chris came with several months ago, not even several weeks ago.
Yeah.
And basically said we'd like to do parts of this in-house because we have the ability to do it, but they can't do the actual paving of the culverts once they're in place.
All right. So okay. So in that case, like, I think an apology is in order, and it sounds like we've already discussed the source of the reserve fund and the expenditure and all of that in prior discussions. And so this is all the better, right?
I thought this was pretty simple.
Great.
But
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion and a second by Mary. And so I'll call the question.
Sorry, could you
do
the motion again?
Sure.
It still has no money in it?
No, because
That little contract.
because we've already sort of discussed it, and I misremembered that conversation.
I'll tell you what, friendly amendment, do we have some identification for that contract? Like, does it have a number on it?
Or a date.
And the fund that it's coming out of. That's not been stipulated,
The paving fund is what it's coming out of.
but it doesn't say that in the motion.
I could say the contract dated 4/7/2023. How's that say? So
4/7/2023. Yep, with blacktop
really an acceptance.
paving. You want a friendly amendment, comma, with funds from the paving fund to be paid by funds from the paving fund.
Paving reserve fund.
Well, it's a grant, but
Oh, there's
Well,
gonna be
the
another
town share,
$2,500.
the town share needs to come out of the paving reserve fund.
contribution should come. Yeah.
All right, what's it gonna be, guys?
I am fine with the amendment of adding the date of the contract, although it's a proposal right on it. And that's good. That could be my motion.
Okay, Mary, are you?
I'll agree to the date.
Agrees to the date. I'm gonna call the question. All in favor? All right. Roll call. Priscilla?
Okay. Not
Pam?
No,
No.
Yes.
Roger, yes. Mary?
Yes.
Marcia, yes. So 1 no.
Roger, could you pass that out?
Yes. The contract dated 4/7/23.
All right. Now we need to do the certificate of compliance for roads and bridges. Brennan?
Okay, so this one again is just kind of a compliance piece that the town is being asked to do. In the packet, and I have the hard copies here, we're being asked to sign a couple of documents that will get submitted to the state, which I think are pretty straightforward. Basically certifying that we have a approved plan here for roads and bridges, which we do, and asking for signatures on that, and then a quick amount of math there that basically stipulates that we have at least a sum of at least $300 per mile budgeted. Certify that funds raised by municipal taxes are equivalent to or greater than the sum of at least $300 per mile, which we do very easily.
So my question on that expense sheet, under major construction projects, A says nothing for $65,000. B says not continuing, but I don't know what's not continuing.
Yeah, I'm not the person that completed this form, so I can't really speak to that.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we can fill in A so we know what the 65,000 is.
I can do that. We submit this.
Okay. Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve the?
I have a question, Marcia.
Yes.
It says that we have an inventory of all of the roads, bridges, causeways, culverts, and highway-related retaining walls. It was my understanding Stantec was supposed to be doing an inventory for us. We were paying like $54,000 for that. I've never seen that report in any packet. Is that what this is referring to?
I think that's a future report, but I thought we had one in the past, didn't we?
Is it something that can be shared with us?
What's the report that you always talk about, Mary?
That would be Marcon.
Yeah.
That's
Is that
very
not the
old.
same thing?
That's very old. But I think there is an inventory because Chris knows exactly how many culverts need replacing. I think there's a working document that's an inventory.
We paid Stantec $54,000 for the study, and I've never seen a report from them.
Yeah,
So we
must
do-
it somewhere, Roger.
So we do have a bridge inventory, which also we learned at one presentation, which sometimes includes what we call culverts, right? And we have also a sidewalk inventory. Side note. So does that answer your question?
No.
We have it. It hasn't been part of our packet. We haven't reviewed it.
I have a sidewalk inventory that's probably 10 years old.
There's one from Two Rivers that they had done 2 years.
And I'm asking if that's something that can be shared with the board members, because I've never seen this, and I've never seen the results of a $54,000 study that we paid for to get an update on the condition of all of the roads and bridges and culverts and whatever, so that we would know what needed to be replaced and the anticipated timing of those replacements.
Well, if I may, to be fair, Pam, we heard a presentation from Chris where he talked about the process for his priorities because of that tool, right, that he used. So, I mean, I think it is being used. It's just that we just haven't combed over it.
My question is, may I have a copy of that?
Yeah, sort of accessibility question.
Yeah, I'm sure that you can.
But yeah, I don't know if you were, I had heard, or there was an implication that it wasn't somehow, that the expense was made and it wasn't useful to us, but I'm just inviting you to consider that it has been used by our professional staff.
I'm just shocked that we paid $54,000 for something that hasn't made it into a packet to be shared with the people who paid for it.
I actually think that we are it seems time slips, but it seems to me, I remember asking about this not so long ago and hearing Chris say that it was in the works. So I don't know why Stantec has taken a while, but do you guys remember that?
This was approved probably 2 years ago.
Maybe
I know,
we could look into this.
Yeah.
And it's knowing where it is.
I think we're talking about 3 different things. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. So let's find out.
It could be that it's 3 different things.
Yeah. So I think
but we should clear it up.
we're not having the same conversation.
Where is it? What's it,
So, Brennan, can you find out where our current inventory list of roads is and the current status of the Stantec report? And in the meantime, we have a certificate of compliance that I think does.
Also, I'd like to point out that it says our mailing address is 300 Main Street. I think that should be PO Box 376, which is our official mailing address.
I also checked the mailing addresses, and Marcia and I both have PO boxes for our mailing address. Post office doesn't like to deliver to me. I don't always get it if it is addressed to my PO box.
I don't think anybody is going to send you anything if that makes sense.
But it's still inaccurate.
Well, I think I put these together, finding them on maybe the Women's League.
I checked the Norwich, the Women's Club Norwich phone book, and that's where I found Marcia's PO box and mine, and I checked all the rest of us.
Would you like me to change the
please.
mailbox? I'll do that right now.
Can you take mine off? Kind of.
So you're at 276 Main Street, but what is your PO box?
No, I'm at 267 Main Street, but I'm PO Box 220.
20. Okay.
If we're going to complain about addresses, I live on Hobson Lane off Hobson Road, and I didn't think that was supposed to happen.
Would you like
On your PO box, Mike?
Or are you happy with
I'm
17?
happy. I'm happy, and the post office finds me.
There.
I live too close to get delivered.
So I imagine that it's due date for this.
Yep, 2 days from now.
Good. Okay. May we have a motion?
I move to approve for select board signature certification of compliance, the town road and bridge standards, the network inventory, and the annual financial plan, town highways. Both documents being included in the select board meeting packet.
Thank you, Mary. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Roger. I call the question. All in favor? All right. Priscilla?
No.
Pam? No. Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. Okay.
Could I just inquire on the notes, just so I understand it? On why the vote was no on the front?
Maybe there are too many missing pieces of information here.
Amen.
Why But why would you have needed?
I'm certifying something I've never seen.
The select board practice says.
No,
That's fine. You answered my question. I just didn't understand. Yeah.
it's asking me to certify that this is correct about roads and bridges, and I've never seen the report, so I don't know that I can say I approve this.
Okay. So now we're going to go on to number 13, the update on buildings and ground position and recreation needs. Brennan.
So I had submitted a memo here, which I think speaks clearly to what we are doing at the moment, which is to continue to keep the building and grounds technician as part of the DPW. And we're going to be maintaining the recreation director assistant as budget. And again, we'll talk more about the details there of personnel in executive session. We are hopeful that we will have a candidate to put forward for the building and grounds who could start very soon and basically get our grass mowed as was kind of the impetus to looking at this proposal for a solution to that. So that's all I have to say on that.
Great. So the status quo goes forward.
I have a comment. Marcia, may I make just really quickly?
What?
The budget approved an administrative assistant for the rec department. The job description that came through was for an assistant rec director, and that hasn't been resolved to my understanding.
I think what we just heard was that's out the window.
He just said assistant rec director.
Well, I'd have to check the vernacular there. It's the same. Nothing has changed from the amount budgeted and the job description that's approved in the last budget.
That job description was not approved.
No, we were going to look at the description
It
of
was
the rec
not-
director and then.
It was tabled to this meeting.
So
I believe the new position that had been proposed was what we were looking at. And we're withdrawing that proposal based on the current situation.
But we did not approve that job description. Mary made this comment that she would like to see.
Because we're no longer looking to move forward with that job.
No, what Mary said was she would like to see the job description for the rec director and compare it to the job description that was in and bring that back to the next meeting.
That's correct, because
And it's not here.
shifting. But Roger, did you?
I just want to be clear that you say, okay, so it's a buildings and grounds position and an administrative assistant in the rec department is now the status quo. Is that right?
That was the
okay.
status quo going in and maintains.
And that's what's maintained.
No
Okay.
change from the budget that we had before.
Great. Okay. And so then you'll be looking to post a job for an administrative assistant for the rec department.
We will be doing that in fiscal year 20.
Okay.
And
now the next question is, and I think this is whether it's appropriate, I think it's actually not necessarily appropriate, for the board to review an administrative assistant job description for that department is I think what the next question is.
But the job description says assistant rec director. It does not say administrative assistant to the rec director.
Yeah, so the assistant, I think what we heard was the assistant, like the job description that you saw, it's like no longer in play. It's no longer in practice. It's that
it was suggested.
That effectively was an old idea. So, but the item 13 is, so I mean, we can even make a motion for clarity. We can move to have the town manager advertise for an administrative assistant for the rec department, for instance. And then I would say, do we really need to see an administrative assistant job description? And that's a question for the group. But it says, so what I'm just saying is we could, to advance the work, we could move to have the interim town manager advertise for an administrative assistant in the rec department.
Well, we haven't
Right?
approved job descriptions like that.
Well,
right?
no, because it's the prerogative of town manager. Now the question is, with Brennan in a collaborative interim role, is it appropriate for us to see? I would say I don't want to be doing that with the little time we have.
But the contract says that he has to have the select board's permission to hire and fire.
To hire and fire, but not to make up a job description.
Which is why I was saying we could make a motion to direct our interim town manager, but now
I think this is settled down as far as the people who are going to be doing the work and what they're expected to do. But I still felt very uneasy at our last meeting that it seemed as though something was being invented out of whole cloth. You know, it just seemed like, wait a minute, what was the vision for this? And, you know, how did it suddenly become a little more elevated than it seemed as though it should be? So I just think we should keep that in mind. And, you know, I think it's coming out all right, but, you know, I just felt like, what is this? Is it some little fast thing being pulled on us here?
A little bait and switch?
Well, something just didn't kind of sit right.
Do you want to make a motion that we'd like to see both the job descriptions?
No, I think it's fine. I think it's kind of settled out, but it just sort of makes me a little bit wary of what comes through. It's like, well, let's just think about this. You know, it's like, and if it smells wrong, I'm not going to vote for it.
But this administrative assistant position is funded as of July 1. So if we authorize the advertising of this position, it needs to be understood that the position begins July 1 when the funding begins.
Well, that's another aspect, isn't it? Yes.
I mean, we don't actually have to take any action. It was just an update. But I was suggesting that if we wanted to.
Well, when something is actually, I mean, I guess it's a bit circular because there's going to have to be an advertisement, which is going to have a job description. So the job description then, I mean, when Brennan has someone that he wants to hire, the horse is out of the barn because the job description is already invented. I don't know how we want to handle that. Do you know if there's a job description for the
there is a job description. Yep.
Well,
I think that was what was approved back in.
It was not approved.
We approved a job title in a budget line, but we didn't approve a position description or a position. Yeah, we didn't.
And what was approved was an administrative assistant.
Yeah, and I think it's only coming up now because of some, I think of some board. Look, I mean, I'll just say it, like, we don't want a situation where an administrative assistant is put into a role that is not described for them, right? That could be a potential HR problem, right? Like, we just don't, I think what we're expressing here is just a general HR concern because people get hired into jobs with, and then end up doing things that may or may not be outside of job descriptions, right? And so it's a concern in light of what we've learned.
well, I think what would be helpful would be for us to have literally a binder of job descriptions for the people that we have. And so let's just start developing, Brendan, so we can look at it. How's that?
That's fine. I know we have that, I believe.
Okay.
For our positions.
Yeah.
In Miranda's purview of what we have, and we update those from time to time with new detail as it's appropriate.
So how about in advance of advertising for this position, we see a copy of that job description?
Okay. I'd probably invite Bree to come into that meeting and explain what it is again she's doing.
Okay. So let's have either on the 10th or the 24th, Bree and probably 2 job descriptions so we can just see hers and the other. Just before she's gonna.
I mean, we approved an admin assistant posting. I imagine it's taking that and then adding the content specific to the rec department in it, right? Like
maybe, but it'd be good to see
complicated.
it. Yeah. And if it's anything else but that, then I'm back with Mary's camp.
Can I think this became confusing because we really needed to get the fields in shape.
Yep.
You know, and then also I think in Woodstock, the job description is different, where the person there actually does take care of the fields. So I think it's coming out of pressure. It's like, get everything ready. The kids are going to be there. The teams are going to be there. It's all got to be set. So I think it's coming out of that pressure. But I think pressure is never a good way to do anything.
This is her third or fourth year.
We already said administrative assistant. We didn't say anything about lines, mowing or digging or any of that. That's not what we said. So I don't know. I just think these things come up like this sometimes.
Well, if I can, it absolutely came out of a necessity of trying to find a way to get somebody internally that could mow the grass.
Exactly.
So you're correct. And that was, again, an attempt that we looked at, and we've kind of backed off of that. And now I believe we have a path forward with the status quo.
Yeah, I think it's working out. It's working out, I think.
So we'll see copies. We'll see copies of the job descriptions and have a chance to talk to Bree before she advertises. Okay. Now we need to do number 13, and I'm going to kind of try and keep us moving along quickly. This is the interim town manager contract, and I think probably we need to have an executive session to consider a contract after finding that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage. Do we have a motion?
It was 14, I think, but.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Sorry.
I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 V.S.A. 313A warrant relating to interim town manager contract.
I would just say because it would compromise our bargaining position with the candidate. You're supposed to give a specific reason.
Right. Let's see.
So I just added that for you.
I haven't needed that. Thanks, Rob.
No worries. We've done this a lot, right?
Not to the point where it really sinks in, though.
Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Pam.
Sorry, was there a change to the motion or not?
There was a change. There was an addition at the end. Mary, you want to read it?
See if I caught it. So it is as written, and then add on because it would compromise our
ability.
I would say capability or
You said compromise our bargaining
I
position
would say
with the
bargaining
candidate.
position with the candidate. That's not
bargaining
brilliant,
position
but sufficient.
with the candidate. Does that make sense, Rob?
To compromise our bargaining position with the candidate.
Thank you.
All in favor? Unanimous, good.
Then there's a second.
There's a second motion, please.
Who seconded it? Sorry.
I did. Pam. I move to enter executive session pursuant to 1 V.S.A. 313A1A to consider the contract of the interim town manager.
And we may have to invite the town manager.
Not initially, correct?
Not initially, but
All right, and to invite,
And to possibly invite.
interim town manager. Need a second.
I'll second that.
seconded by Priscilla. All in favor?
Pam.
Sorry, Pam.
Two P's over here. And then there's always Pamela.
Ears, I can't hear it.
No, third P.
All in favor?
Not here tonight.
All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. So we're in executive session at 9:22.
That's the.
Come on,
before we
sweetheart.
go.
Don't be out yet. Please don't be out. All right,
Give it 1 second, sorry.
Yeah.
Refreshed yet.
Feedback.
battery is critically.
Is it?
low.
Would you like one? I have plenty here.
There we go.
That's
Thank you.
sure.
Thank you.
Front pitch.
I'm just gonna bring myself an extension cord. Will it reach? Yeah, thanks. Okay.
All right.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right, is there a motion to enter public session? So move. And do we have a second? Second. Seconded by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. We're back in session at 10:10, I believe. Okay, now we have got here, we're at 10:10 and we've got still a number of things that we have to do. So we're not going to make definitive decisions tonight about the town manager search, but what I put in the packet was the December 6, 2022 memo that I wrote to the board about the town manager search. And this was based on information from Mary Gorman, who happens to be a professional in the search world and recruitment. And so these were the companies that she had mentioned as possibilities. We also have the possibility of using something like the VLCT, which we used before. So, you know, it's up to us how we want to approach this. And Mary had put down questions that we might want to consider in terms of, you know, talking to companies. The other thing that I know Priscilla has mentioned a couple of times is, did we want to do something like, you know, sort of visioning to present what we're looking for in a town manager so that that serves to inform the companies that we're working with and, you know, Roger.
I think we need to do a request for qualifications. So we identify, so someone, Mary Gorman, I guess, had identified some potential companies that are qualified. But if we put a request for qualifications, what we will be looking for in a qualified firm, they would create a proposal for us to review. It's not a request for proposals. We're just requesting for qualifications to learn about the company, what it is that they do, what it is that may, what is that they don't do, and then we would potentially then work on a proposal for either a firm that was identified through the request for qualifications process, or, you know, open up more broadly. And I think whether or not we do a formal request for qualifications, we need to have something to send to places and post publicly. And so I think it should come in that form.
Okay,
There's plenty of templates out there.
I remember a survey being done on SurveyMonkey, and if memory serves me correctly, it was about what would people like to see in a town manager. Am I remembering this correctly?
Sounds dimly familiar.
It was quite a few years ago, but I think it was about the town manager.
Maybe.
And, you know, maybe that's something we could dig up and see what the responses were at that time. I doubt it's changed a lot in terms of what people would like to see for leadership in.
I don't know, Mary? I think that's a good idea, Pam, but I just wonder if you just looked at it afterwards, like, what would a town manager like to see in us?
Yeah.
You know, like what's appealing about this town to a manager? The scale of the town, or the types of tasks that are done, or are there some particular problems would be exciting for the person to solve, that kind of thing?
You've got everything.
Well, I was sort of saying, what did I recommend that you thought I should do? Because oh yeah,
Your church search.
yeah, what we did, for the church search, where we said, who are we as a community? Because we know we have to market ourselves to candidates too. And so if and it's basically what you're talking about, Mary, and you say, okay, what kind of community are we? And it's helpful to get input from the residents. I mean, if we put something out there and said, we want to create a picture of ourselves as a community for a prospective town manager. Somebody would probably have to come up with a questionnaire of sorts, but probably not too complicated, I hope. And just see what people say. And yeah, because we could come up with some things ourselves too. And our input, I would want to say, well, that shouldn't be valued.
So we've got a suggestion to do an RFQ to send out to these companies at least, and some sort of a survey, and possibly some sort of a vision of us, a vision of Norwich. So I'm wondering, would people like to volunteer to shepherd each of those three things? To bring it back to us for discussion. Anybody interested in any one of those?
Three.
An RFQ.
Yeah.
I had sort of started something, I think, a survey, and potentially some sort of a description of or vision of what Norwich is.
Visioning session.
Roger?
I guess I just want to be, I feel like the task before us right now is to find someone to help us with a search. I think that really needs to be like, they may, indeed, in part of their request for proposals, they might do their own sort of community outreach tools, or may have their own suggestions for a public engagement process. Like that's part of an RFP. I think at this point we need to, like the point of getting RFQ first before you do an RFP is that you would be able to sort out who is qualified and who has an interesting approach and then who doesn't. And then you would then invite them to be part of the RFP process. So I think like my question right now is like finding the firm or the entity that is going to help us with the search. I'm not yet interested or concerned with like, how do we get information on the best candidate? Like that will come after we find someone to help us. And I think we need to do an RFQ because I think it's I guess that's a question. Like I feel very strongly that we want to see more the expertise that's out there for a recruitment process. And I guess do others would be my question, or is that just assumed that we all want that?
Mary?
I think it would be interesting to hear from firms like an ad. It's like they say what they do, they say what their scope is, where they draw from. Also, I think how New England are we, how Vermonty are we? How important is it to have a regional person? So I could see there being value in that. I'm looking at this list and seeing, four firms. So are there more? Like if we had an RFQ, how do you send it out? How do you find firms that, possible?
Well, Mary knows,
this is her list, right?
This is her list, and she winnowed the people that she knows down to the ones that she thought would be,
So this
suitable.
is her suggested list, right? Well, I don't know. I think it might be efficient to send an RFQ out. We could still have these other things in our back pocket if it doesn't come out with, come up with reasonable ideas.
So you'd send it to these four, right?
I'm suggesting for the purposes of like creating a deliberate pace and like focusing and like making progress, we need to focus on finding the partner to do the search more so than anything else. We can't come back to our meeting and talk about all three of these things because it will become a cumbersome process and is putting the cart before the horse because whoever we identify would have some suggestions for us on how to do that. That's all.
And if they don't, I think it should be a red flag.
Yeah.
I agree with Roger, because if we're going to find a town manager that's a good fit, we need to find a recruitment firm that's a good fit.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, so who wants to work on the RFQ? I think I started something. I can throw it to somebody, or I can start it and throw it around. Or continue to work on it.
I mean, I can do it.
You want to do it? Okay. Roger's doing the RFQ, and that's all we can do tonight. How's that?
We try to put a time frame on it,
That's a good idea.
sending it out and when we would want to hear. I mean, a month, I think.
When can we see your RFQ?
Do you want it for the next meeting? It sounds like we're already booked for the next meeting. Or
Let's make it for the 20. Well, that's
24th.
the 24th. Yeah. I think you need a month to.
Yeah.
Okay. So the RFQ on the 24th. Good job.
And then don't overload the 24th. Because we're going to be doing this.
I'll
Right?
put it up front, you know, okay.
All right. Personnel policies, Mary.
Just wanted to start, we talked about forming a committee to review our personnel policies. I did get the latest VLCT model policy, which is slightly different it's a different approach from what we've had that stands out for me in the at will portion of it. It's saying if you have progressive discipline, which I think is a good idea, it's like warning, writing up, that sort of thing. I think that's a good management practice, but if you have anything like that, then you no longer have at will employees. And that's a shift from the one that we did have. The latest one that we did have had this big disclaimer about everybody's at will, no matter what we say in this, it's like right up front. We just have to scrap that. So that's one big change. But anyway, there's that. There's if we come up with a policy, we'll have to all be present to ratify it. There's that. The other thing I did was to reach out to council because I thought maybe they had a template that we could use, and they said no, they don't have a template, but they do have sort of internal information that they use to craft personnel policies for Vermont communities, like small towns. They have that. They're willing to sort of go that route with us, or if we have a committee that's looking at the VLCT new policy and our old policy, that we see the changes we want to make or the particular pieces that we want to develop, that they would review it. And they gave a flat rate for doing that review of $2,000, which I thought was odd, that they would define it like that. We had talked about possibly having a committee with maybe Roger and me and Miranda, if that's agreeable to everybody. I don't know if more people would want to be involved, or just want to know that that's a workable group if people are amenable to that. And I'm just looking for a little bit of direction tonight of just how to move forward with it, or people have also specific concerns that they'd want to be addressed in a review of personnel policy, that sort of thing. Rogers?
So I think a larger group, so this group, the full group, should work to understand the full scope of what we want to do. Are we looking for updates to have more compliant and policies? Do we want to look at the policy as a directive for informing other areas? Like, do you want to decide on, a question like, do we need more vacation days for our employees? Like that could come up through a writing of a personnel policy, for instance. So I think we need to define, the board needs to really look at the personnel policies to understand what kind of scope we want to commit to, and then form that smaller group to work with council. So I think, I'm imagining a 6-month process where that's a total rewrite and we look at some larger questions. But this board might just want hey, let's just make sure that we update everything that is clearly out of compliance, clearly has emerged as a problem. So I think we need to decide on what process we want to do. We need to decide on a scope as a group, and then that subcommittee needs to go back to council and tell them what we want to do with it.
I would vote for doing it thoroughly.
And how do you define thoroughly? I mean, Roger just said complete rewrite, but I sort of like to start somewhere with something that exists and then look at, I like the idea of comparing them side by side. I think 2017 might have been the latest one with a new one.
I like that too. I'm just saying that I think we need to look at everything while we're doing it rather than just say, oh, that's good enough for now. I mean, one of the things that came up recently was the separation vacation pay.
Yeah.
Right. That's a huge,
We currently allow people to accrue up to 400 hours.
Right.
And we don't budget for it.
Yes.
And then they take a huge chunk when they leave. I have started a red line of our personnel policies.
Okay.
I'd be happy to share that with you. I'm not quite done with it, but I'd be happy to share it with you. And it's my concerns of things that I think we need to think about.
Maybe, I wonder if it makes sense to meet and take in this information and sort of start to get a plan rather than to make the decisions, but to decide what are the really glaring things,
Like,
gosh, kind of.
yes.
Right. Yeah.
Like our vacation policy.
Yeah, like get right that one immediately and, just sort of sort it out a little bit and then come back for more direction. Like say, well, we could go here, here, and here. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think, I don't want to look at all your edits. That would be the task of a smaller group to bring back for ratification. But I would want to see it so we can understand, like digest what that means. Like, okay, if we see all the red on a piece of paper, it's like, okay, this is very clear that this is a longer process with a total rewrite. Or,
We need to know this broad concern.
So I think everyone should do that, a process like that, and we should have a meeting, and then we will know how to direct the conversation with council.
So how to map it out.
Talking about all of us do the red line.
I would say we have it an agenda item. We have a red line. We look at like a bigger picture together, and then we sort of say like, okay,
we all do our own red line.
So this would be like bringing our concerns.
I would, yes, and I would say not for the purposes of saying like, oh, well, you say this about vacation, you say that about vacation. What is it that we want to do? I think it's more like, okay, it's very clear. We have a consensus that we need to look at vacation policy.
Right. Just
and like we need to define a process, and then we're going to bring that back to council and say like, we want to include this as part of the scope. Is that still as you imagined it, or do you have the capacity for this? Is this a 6-month process? Like, that kind of thing.
And I think we need to
Does that make
include
sense?
Miranda from the beginning.
Yes,
definitely. If she's willing to do
She has
that.
her own red.
She might be pretty.
I asked Miranda. Okay.
It's very difficult. If we're gonna do this, where do I get myself a copy of this thing to start with?
I'll send it to G1.
I sent it to you already.
All
right, well, maybe I have it in another notebook.
It would be instructive to see if we're all working on this thing.
But after we were.
And I'm focused on that.
But all right, you find it, I'll send it again.
Same document.
I'll tell you what, let's ask Miranda, what's the latest document that she works with and have her send it to all of us.
Okay, I like that.
And also I could send, I'm not afraid of sending around documents, but I could send the message I got from Jill Muir to Miranda and just help her extract it to send the new one around.
Who's Jill?
She's a
VLCT.
VLCT human resources person. So she's the person I contacted to get the newest VLCT template. You might want to, and a lot of that mirrors ours because I think the one we have was based on some of it VLCT template of the time. Some of it kind of tracks the same way.
My brain's getting a little tired. Are you telling me that somebody's going to just send me some things to look at?
Yeah, that's nice. Probably. Leave it at that for now.
So Amanda's gonna send you the personnel policy and you're gonna send something from Jill.
Yeah, except I might ask Miranda for a little help. So
Okay. And
technologically challenged.
when do we want to do our redlining session?
Well, I wonder if it would make sense for one person to take all the documents and then summarize where everyone agrees or something like that, right? So that way we have there's like a guiding document. So like, as I said, I don't really want to have a conversation where like, oh, we all think something different about, the number of vacation days or the number of holidays. I want it to become clear that everyone has redlined that section, and someone is going to maybe then take a document and says like review of section, blah, 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 total rewrite,
Which
or
I'll do that.
or 3 said, like that kind of, so
Yeah,
if someone could
it's
prepare
like-
a summary, then we can discuss the summary and
Right.
not everyone's red lines.
Well, and
You know
then
what I
you
mean?
just- Yeah, you just keep it more broad. So I'm really concerned about this, vacation section. Or there
Right.
might be other sections that you think could use some work, so that we're
Does that make sense?
thinking in a sectional way, and I'm willing to receive that information. We can't go back and forth about it on email because of the
Right.
OML.
You would send, right? You would be sending it to
But I
one
can
person.
receive it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so homework is you're going to receive these things and then redline the personnel policy and send it to Mary. And then Mary, you can tell me when it's ready for prime time.
And also I think on the redlining, it would be helpful even if you had summaries. Just say, I'm concerned about this section and this section, rather than sending me a huge red line thing where I have to discern what you're concerned about. If that makes sense.
Brendan has
Like an executive summary.
Well, I was just going to make a suggestion. I'm not sure how you redline it. Are you doing it in track changes or okay, so you have a little section there where you can add comments to that.
Somebody will have to show me how to do that, but that's okay. I'll
So
show
that
you.
would be my suggestion, would be to,
track changes.
instead of tie together some other way with a memo, like add it to the section you redline.
So then finally, Mary, is there anything in your work that you came across that's like a general like toolkit or best practices advice that board members should also read alongside this work, right? Like how is it that we're going to know what it is that we know, right? Like what are we going to read in preparation for doing this exercise?
Well,
Would be my question. Did you find anything? That could help?
The VLCT, the newest policy, came with guidance.
Okay.
And it's good, succinct guidance, but it's also about who's covered. For instance, our elected officials are not they're not bound by our personnel policy unless they want to be, unless there's a written agreement. So there's a lot in the personnel policy about professionalism and conduct and many other things that are quite positive, but our elected officials don't have to. I guess we're not part of it either. But that's something to think about.
So that's probably what was signed by the town clerk.
That might have been what was.
I just saw that the other day.
Right. So that's a big one to think about.
She basically signed a thing saying that she would abide by the personnel policies at such and such.
That's why it's in there, because by statute, you don't have to at all.
Yeah. Because she wanted the benefits. So she signed
right. Like, yeah, exactly. Like you want a salary and benefits sign. You have to.
But if you don't sign it, you're not bound by it.
That's right. You could still be elected, but you don't
could
get
be
a salary.
elected, and you could
still get a salary.
Well,
but
the salary you might be able to salary up unless you sign it. You could use.
No, you can't for elected official. We went over that with town council.
Okay.
We have to pay them.
But I guess my point is that
There's two.
like we've had this idea about improving our policies, making sure they're really good. So everybody's clear about how, what the expectations are. But if you don't have to adhere to them, then it's a different ballgame.
That's right.
So then you might want to think about, well, if it's not working so well, what can you do? And it might have to be something like, well, we like, our policy says this, but this person didn't sign off on the policy and is doing X, Y, and Z. And you as the voters, can't expect the select board to or anybody to hold that person accountable. This is for the voters to know about.
Mm-hmm.
There might be information that, I don't know, it's just relevant to everybody getting along.
Well, it's interesting. We could maybe have a section on the intersection between.
Yes. And so that guidance document, it's just basically a paragraph saying, well, by statute, the elected officials don't have to sign off on it, but there are a lot of implications. There are a lot of things that come out of that we should discuss just at best practice for town of Norwich. So
good job, Mary.
Well, I don't know. Like everybody else, I think I'm getting a little giddy here.
All right, we're going to move on. So the next one is the personnel matters. And I'm actually thinking I'm going to ask that we table the discussion items and everything below. We kind of talked about the.
Can you tell us what the color coded means? What will the color codes mean?
Oh, the color codes.
There was like 4 colors. I opened that at 4:30. I'm like, gonna close this.
Yes, I have a color code chart. It's one color is me, one is treasurer.
Oh, right. Okay.
Purple is a little bit of dispute.
Okay.
All right. I'll send you the color code.
Okay, cool.
But it was heavy. Personnel matters. We need to adjourn. So can we have a motion to go into an executive session?
This is number 17.
Number 17.
Okay. Let's see. As to contracts, I move to find that premature general public knowledge will clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 V.S.A. 313A1.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
A second.
Seconded by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Do we have a motion to move into an executive session and to invite the town manager?
I move to enter executive session pursuant to 1 V.S.A. 313A1A and 1 V.S.A. section 313A3 to consider a contract or contracts and the appointment of employer employees and to invite the interim town manager.
We have a second. Seconded by Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Do we have a motion to move into public?
No,
sorry.
That's when we come back.
I'm tired.
I know.
So we are now, time is it?
10:36.
Yeah. 36. We are in executive session. Ralph, I'm sorry. We'll do our best.
The recording has stopped.
Do we need them to stay?
Well,
Are we going to take action from back?
we could send in the minutes.
That would be the humane thing to do.
Still got 18 and 19 to go. Yeah, perfectly.
Yeah, we're tabling them.
We decided to table
Tabling 18 and 19.
Fox News, what is this random ballots here?
Yeah.
Some random ballots.
They're not building a check.
Oh my goodness.
That's the kitchen.
I don't care what the signals. Should I stay or should I?
I think, Marcia, yeah, we're allowing Ralph to leave, aren't we?
Yeah. And we have a motion to enter public session.
So moved.
So moved. We have entered public
No, we
session.
haven't. I guess.
Sorry, second.
You have to vote.
So hold on, let's see, Mary and Patricia.
Priscilla.
I'm so sorry.
It's late at night.
And it's 11:38 PM.
All right, and all in favor? Yeah. Unanimous, thank you. And so at 11:38, we are in public session. May I ask for, is there a motion to authorize the interim town manager to hire a buildings and grounds employee?
So moved.
So moved by Mary. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Pam. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Do we have a motion to authorize the interim town manager to offer the position of administrative assistant to the town managers and Department of Public Works offices contingent upon satisfactory background and reference checks?
So moved. Second.
Second by Priscilla. So you did the first one too.
I seconded the first one, I think. Only that was Patricia.
No, I seconded the first one.
Okay.
Leighton and Smith, Leighton and Vincent.
All in favor? Thank you. Do we have a motion to authorize the interim town manager to offer the position of finance director contingent upon satisfactory background and reference checks to a qualified candidate?
So moved.
So moved by Mary, second by
Pam.
Pam. All in favor? Unanimous, thank you. And finally, do we have a motion to authorize the interim town manager to negotiate a contract with Robert Half for projects and training as determined by the interim town manager and select board?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Priscilla?
No, it's Priscilla, sorry. I thought I wrote it. No, it was Priscilla. I was ready to vote.
Okay. All in favor? Unanimous. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As we discussed, I think we should table the discussion items for this evening. And I would now take a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn by Mary. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Pam. All in favor? Thank you very much, unanimous. Good night, and thank you for your help. Cedar.
Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
No problem.